fingers crossed. So it's now streaming.
So I was wondering if you have time
Wake up.
But also a link to eastgrid/the_bad_corn.
Yeah, right.
But it's also
Is it working again?
I don't have
I do feel like it's a study paper and it is efficient, but I still feel like
Morning.
Yeah, I mean, all this, you guys, I think all this stuff I think he's left with us. Oh, yeah, There's a lot. There's a lot.
Yeah, what I say is just running 2 seconds.
Okay.
We need to see I just want to test this out so that I don't.
What are you doing wrong?
I just want to. I had a presentation here. You should show up, but it's not.
Does it? Is it? Where is it? Just
Just a second.
okay. Maybe just not mirroring the display. Is that
Yes, perhaps that's the problem.
go to
Okay, great. I'm testing now.
Which is why I wanted to try out first.
That's what helped. Yeah, you can do Joe. But yeah, it's very confusing because I go by Joe, and then when I put a publication, I put Joe. I don't know. So you can see.
yeah. You have something running.
Yeah. So the way that name came is through Alsace.
It was showing up right here.
Yeah, I saw it. It's up here.
When the army was traveling around
Yeah.
they left some names, and yeah, maybe they recruited locals. Like, got very confusing. But actually, there's when Google was first online, at first I Googled my own name, and I found out that
So should I use that?
called Joseph Cornelia, LA, someplace in the Netherlands.
Okay.
I actually went there most recent time, and it's a very short street. It's about like a driveway, actually. But I took my picture. Yeah, it's got my name on it. It's got my name on it anyway, so yeah. Maybe I can retire then.
Okay, so now, yeah.
So here is it.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. There's a hotel. Actually, I just asked me I could stay for free, get a free drink. They weren't interested. My choice.
So now we go here.
Yeah, go to Apple, pick the system preferences, go to find displays. Oh, we might have to have this. Because it doesn't go in.
Yeah, here.
Oh, that's fine.
I don't know if they record it. It worked for me on that. I'm wearing headphones as well.
Or it's still not mirrored, but it looks like it's.
All right. So when I come here,
Well, if you want to mirror it, if you don't want this, you want to look the same on
Yes,
both,
yes.
then we should just go right
It's okay. It's better to have everything settled up now than to run it.
So this is how you do it for the future. You go to arrangement, and then I guess it should.
it's going to be one slide.
You're not using. Oh, you're at the end.
Oh, that's
working.
Yeah. Sorry.
Oh, that's easy. That's great.
Thank you so much.
Yep.
Okay.
All right. Yes. It's mine. Thank you.
Well, good morning, everybody. We are going. I hope everybody did that. Had a good night after the dinner of yesterday, and everybody is ready and active for querying and questioning. This first session in the morning is about co-creativity, and we will start with this paper, Computational Poetry Workshop, Making Sense of Work in Progress. Joe Cornelli is presenting it.
Okay, very much. Yes. And to remind you guys, this is a study paper, supported with a little implementation, but mostly studying things. And I guess I want to say some of the ideas for this paper came last year at last year's ICCC. So if you were there, maybe some of these ideas will be really familiar to you then. So what we're talking about is creative systems should be incorporating social interaction and feedback into the creative process. So many of you will say, well, yeah, of course, obviously, I talked about that myself in this conference. But last year, it seemed like there was a burning need to make this point. So we're making this point now. So yeah, how has social stuff been explored in computational creativity so far was a motivating question. And why should we be bothered about it in the computational context anyway? So again, it seems like there's a theme. People have been talking about feedback a lot in this conference. Collaboration, co-creation is the name of the section. But I feel like we need to kind of collectively wrap our heads around what that means. And so this is both a talk about computers and computational creativity, and it's also a bit of a talk about us as researchers. We decided to work in computer poetry. There's an example. O dog, the mysterious demon, why do you feel startled of attention? O demon, the lonely encounter, ghostly elusive ruler. O encounter, horrible glimpse, helpless, introspective consciousness. So, and that's where it came from. We've been using flower to produce these kinds of things. But yeah, when we say computer poetry, there's different schools of thought about poetry also here. Some people make it rhyme, some people make stuff like this. So when we say computer poetry, this was one of our main working examples. Yeah, so already in that slide, this is not an accusatory thing, but we ourselves are subject to the same problem that that I think I was concerned about last year. Mere generation, no tests, no feedback, no social interaction. So that slide we saw, yes, it was co-created in the sense of, our colleagues worked together and made that, but that was it. It was basically, in a way, merely generated. Would you agree? Yes, I think. Or not? Of course, we don't like that here at this conference. Well, let's take it to the next level. Again, a perfect opportunity in a study paper to do something a little bit weird. This is not implementation, but let's get it critiqued by a poetry expert. So our colleague Rosie, we had an ideal poetry expert who's a poet, getting a PhD in poetry critique and has a bit of an interest in technology as well. She shares our office. What a surprise. So what did she say? The use of the word mysterious in the first line has no resolution, real or attempted, or quest to find one. Maybe some of these things, if you think about how it was built under the hood, it won't surprise you. But she's a poet, so she's reading it as a poem, which is pretty perfect. The use of the word attention is not being interrogated or acknowledged for its importance. Its qualifying word is startle, used here as an adjective, acknowledging the fact that the attention is noted, but it is not yet part of the transformative, prospects of the poem. So what is this poem doing? Which is what she's getting at. What are the words in the poem doing inside the poem? And it goes on. This lack of resolution is repeated in the next references to the aesthetic experience as a lonely encounter. Now, you have to know Rosie to understand what she's talking about here, but I'll read it out. A lonely encounter, an exclusive ruler, a horrible glimpse, and an introspective consciousness. So Rosie's approach to reading poetry is basically that the poem is telling you about its own creative process, its own way of being made. And in particular, she's saying the poem is the contact with this creative aesthetic experience. And she's saying the aesthetic experience is lonely, it's horrible, it's introspective, but nothing's getting resolved. The contact made between the poem and its own construction is qualified in negative terms attached to the words demon, encounter, and consciousness. So you take a minute to think about what all that means. She's saying this poem is not going anywhere. It's not in touch with it is in touch with something, sort of almost surprisingly. It's in touch with a kind of negative view on creativity. Okay. So we got something out of that. Our claim in the talk after that warm-up exercise is that workshops are a suitable environment for learning and developing a creative process. So what we just saw with Rosie critiquing this poem is something we could repeat again with different poems in different environments, possibly different approaches to reading poetry. So Rosie has her own particular view on what a poem is and what that means. Different people have different perspectives. And we'll explain what we mean by a workshop. We've gotten a little flavor of a critique there. So what is a workshop? In the paper, these steps there's fewer steps, but here I pointed out listening is a really key thing in the workshop. So there's a lot of listening that goes on. The main steps are presentation, feedback, questions, answers, and reflections. But in order for that to work, there needs to be a lot of listening. So as I'm presenting to you now, you're listening. Perhaps shortly you'll ask some questions, and I'll listen to that, consider it to be feedback. I may push back and ask you some questions. Well, what do you mean when you say generation? At which point you'd answer me, and then I'd go home and I think, gosh, wow, those guys were really right. We should be doing such and such. So this is what a workshop is. It's just this process of step, and it's important to notice that there's a bit of concurrency in the reflection step happens effectively offline. That's the second thing. So those are the take-home points of the workshop. So what can it do for me? Well, what kinds of reflections might you have? That's really what you get as a presenting author. So you're thinking, oh, well, I can make this great stuff. Why should I take it to the workshop? Well, here's some of the stuff you might get. And it might surprise you as well. That's the other thing. Someone will come into the workshop and they'll say things that didn't necessarily occur to you. Oh, yeah, well, maybe it wasn't totally clear about the lonely encounter. I was really trying to get at my sense of deep, despair there. It wasn't clear how despairing I really was. Or maybe I should include something else, and maybe I should drop something else. Maybe I do have a certain sentiment I didn't realize it was going to come across, etc. Maybe I'm not cut out to be a poet. But if we think about things the way Rosie does, I think then we get this as an even more kind of important take-home point. This workshop has told me a lot about my own creative process that I didn't see on my own. I think that's, you have big blind spots about yourself, and I think this is why poets and so forth engage in these things. And hey, that gives me an idea for another poem. So it's a good place to get some inspiration. So of course there is previous work, and we've talked about some here in the conference about social creativity in computational creativity or social effects. And we put some of the interesting big names, but there's more than that. Those would be good kind of cornerstone things. And as I said, there's been a lot of talk about feedback last year as well, in other papers and journals. And it's kind of echoed through this conference. So I'll just put a few of the echoes up. This is a bit of an assemblage, but I thought it was really well summed up by this quote, which I believe is from Ali. It follows from all of the above that every creative act should be framed in terms of processes of interaction. So again, take a little bit of time to absorb what's there and see if you see something that you wrote that didn't put attribution. It's just a bit of an assemblage from different things. And it's interesting, again, that even those people who weren't necessarily talking, oh yes, it's social creativity, it's all about feedback, there's some themes in there that suggest, there's more than just one point of view on the work, that there's a possibility for interaction both between machines and humans, things like that. So there you go. Feedback is definitely a theme around here. Now, okay, I even see Tony. Anyway, so this is an allusion to Tony's iceberg metaphor. This is why there's a picture of a Titanic, and in fact, this is a stage show reenactment of the Titanic hitting the iceberg. So you've got to have Tony's iceberg in mind, otherwise it's going to make a whole lot of sense. The idea is that art happens each time a poem is read. So it's not that the art goes into making the poem so much as it happens when you're absorbing it. So you are, in fact, an artist as a reader. And I feel like this thing, I mean, we could just stop here and focus on that one sentence for a while, because I think this point is really fundamental to the ideas that we've been talking about in the workshop. So the workshop is a creative space because people are reading and sharing their views on poetry. So it's great to read it. One of the things we've noticed is that the artifact itself is affected when this perception and stuff is shared. So art is better in a way when it's shared. That's what's happening in the workshop. So yeah, as you're reading things in with these icebergs and so forth, you're ready to share your view and perhaps create something new. And moreover, here's another really important philosophical point. If the existence of an idea consists in being perceived, which is what Bishop Berkeley said, so again, back to the iceberg, it's just some stuff, it's just some words on a page, but you're perceiving that it means something deep. You're perceiving that the computer was lonely, etc. Then the existence of a complex idea consists in being perceived in different ways. If we don't have kind of multiple different perspectives, we're not going to be able to do much that's very complicated. So these are strong endorsements of a social view in some frame, right? Not saying quite how it has to be implemented. And in fact, yeah, we already think about things from different points of view ourselves. So these are meant to be emotions from this latest Pixar film. So we think about things in a fearful way. We think about things in a disgusted way. And this, as you see in the film, helps ensure our safety and our security in a social environment. The fact that we can be sad helps us get help from other people and so forth. So we're already doing this. It's not so much that we're inherently social or whatever beings, although we are. The main point is that, so when I say we, of course, I also want to say this, I mean each of us, right? Each of us thinks about things from different points of view. We also, obviously here, think about things from multiple different points of view together, and that's been captured as a sort of an industrial strength version of this workshop, is what helped make the Pixar movies since the very start. So put lots of smart, passionate people in a room together. You guys know something about this. Charge them with identifying and solving problems and encourage them to be candid with one another. You can take a kind of sucky idea and make it not suck, according to this book. So I wanted to point out something so none of what I'm saying here kind of invalidates individual creativity, especially the previous slide, because we're very creative in our own way, bringing multiple different perspectives to bear on something. And those who, I remember talking with Pablo at a recent conference, he was saying, well, let's not have social creativity everywhere, because that means something to some people, and it may mean that we're not able to do what we're doing if we're being creative as an individual creator. That may be devalued. But at least here, the idea is no, the people who care most about the work get the final say, that they get lots of great feedback from other people, which helps them see things they wouldn't see in self-development. So, okay. So that was all kind of a big introduction. We're now about, well, 2/3, 3/4 of the way through the slides. But that was all kind of an introduction to what is the workshop, right? So let's recap and think what we got to. So one contributor presents work in progress. Others give feedback on what's there, what works, and what can be improved. And this feedback focuses on the piece and not the person. So it's not like the workshop is an opportunity to score points or have a massive takedown of the other person and say that they're stupid and you're smart, or tell them that you could do it better or whatever. It's an opportunity to improve the piece together and to share in that process, which is actually quite rewarding. As I was saying, this is itself a bit of an aesthetic shared social experience. So that's what the workshop's all about. Going back to some of the stuff that Rosie was looking at, when you think about a poet or a poetry critic, they're going to ask fairly sophisticated questions about a poem. What are its registers? Who is addressed? What positions are presented? And so on. There's a much longer list in the paper of questions. However, we're also computer scientists, and the question is, what could a computer ask? So computers, unfortunately, are not as sophisticated as human poets yet, or we wouldn't be giving this talk. But computers can ask questions like, what are the definitions of this word? What are the components of this phrase? Where are the emotion words distributed in the poem, and so on and so forth. So, and you can again imagine a kind of considerably longer list of things that you could program using current technologies off the shelf. So that's useful, and you can learn something from the questions the computer can ask too, kind of text analytics thing. But one of the other motivations here is to take the human level questions, which are, we can recognize those. We can say, yes, this is cliched, and that's interesting. If we could make those kinds of responses a bit more explicit, it could be useful both for poetics and for, doing more things with computers in our project. So here's a little demo that we drew up. If you want, I made a gift to you guys as an extra script. This is just the kind of summary of the script. This is the peer reviews of this paper that we're presenting now, as if it was a workshop. So you can see the script if you go and download it. You don't have to, but it's basically there's a workshop moderator who says, "Okay, is everyone really ready to talk?" Ultimately, the presenter says, "Well, hey, what about this idea? Computers are not human," or whatever. Someone else describes an ambiguity in focus. Are you talking about social creativity among humans or among computers? I don't quite get it. You notice that by the time the presenter has asked some questions, they basically shut up and everyone else just goes along. So the moderator is in charge of following through that list of steps that I showed you before, and the reviewers are fielding these questions. So the moderator is a bit guiding the conversation, and the presenter only ever comes in here. He or she decides that there's no point to asking a question. Everything's fairly clear, and then this talk is the result after taking the reviews on board. So that's just the kind of flow you could see. Okay, so practical work so far. Well, again, we've got those steps. If we add a little bit more structure around what those steps are, you get a description of something that sounds a bit like a computational process. You want to build a model of the text, tag elements of interest, generate some feedback based on associations between those tagged elements. Then when you receive this feedback, you may not understand it, right? So that the critic is, in a way, programming the author with this new feedback object. So I've sent you this gigantic object, which is a big blob of feedback. The poet may say, "I simply don't understand what you're talking about when you said, such and such." So then the critic could say, "Well, here's what I really meant. I can put it down in simple terms." And then the 6 is the offline reflection. So at least item 1 has been studied fairly extensively. What we're doing with the model of text is a kind of new thing. No, I don't want power off. The harder part is actually implementing it. I think we were discussing a little bit last night just how hard is it, but we didn't develop a massive implementation of it here. And if you stop and look at this, again, these are just the same basic steps I showed you in the last slide. Text generation, reading the text, the model is somehow inside the box of comment generation, building this feedback object. You send the feedback object over to the poet, you explain it till it becomes perfectly clear. And then at the end, the really interesting thing about all of this is that the computer poet, after getting this feedback, might update sort of any one of these modules. I mean, the straightforward thing would be that they would revise the poem. The more interesting case would be if they revise their own way of asking questions. So they said, oh, wow, you did ask a really smart question. I wish I could ask questions that were that smart. And then they could update their comment generation box. So there's a lot of automated programming in this model. At the moment, I don't want to pass by the actual kind of work on the ground that I'm working on right now. Simon, using the Flower system to automatically generate flowcharts, test their outputs, and rewrite them according to certain criteria. So that may sound a lot simpler than this, but you can see how this idea of generating things, testing them, and rewriting them is at least touching many of the key points in this thing. So as you saw the slide we showed you before of the poetry flowchart that generated our sort of test case poem, we could automatically write and rewrite those according to certain criteria. So it's really similar to what goes on in the workshop, and I think that could be refined. Each of these bits can be refined. So, okay, we come to some conclusions. So, social CC, well, many people collaboratively building a social system. That's I think, a bit of a milestone would be a milestone for us, a future milestone. Although we've seen certainly some talks today, and Flower itself is built around this kind of idea of many people contributing pieces. The OSC stuff in music that we were looking at was the same kind of idea. Wouldn't it be great if we just had lots of people building little modules and sharing them? But we're not Pixar. We're not all sitting in the same building day in and day out. So there's a social challenge there for us. Okay, so so I sort of got into that as well. Given clearly defined interfaces, everyone can use their own development. So I can write in Python, or Simon can write in Java. We just make these little wrappers or make everything into a web service, and they can call each other. So maybe a bit more philosophically, we want to embrace multiple points of view so that one contradiction or something isn't going to derail the entire system. So multiple different agents can have different ways of generating and understanding artifacts. As I said, that allows you to look at things that are a lot more complicated than just one thing at a time. Each agent may look at one thing at a time, but if they're able to communicate about it, they can start to build a bigger picture of things. And that's what I said again in the example of Pixar. We can take an interesting but sort of imperfect idea and make it, a movie or something else. And finally, fostering emergence of new ideas. So misconceptions and different interpretations can yield new common perspectives on the artifact. And I want to thank my co-authors because we did that a lot during the course of developing this. Okay, so this one goes to 21 because there's the bad poem from our colleague in the other talk, and Anna will present that.
Okay. So here's our live demo, and this is going to require audience participation, which is great. The 9 o'clock session. I see happy people out there. So to remind you that the stages that we're going to go through, I am the author of this poem. And I will present the poem to you, and you will listen. Then you will give me your feedback, and I will listen. I'm not allowed to talk. I will listen to your feedback. Then I can ask questions about feedback you've given me, and you will answer them. And then I shall reflect on the feedback. So this is the workshop process in the demo. Okay, so presentation stage. Okay, to die seems quite an adventure, one I will wait to see. Though death I do not desire, nor dead I wish to be. The folds of hell seem far too deep, the gates of heaven too vast, though part of me wishes to see the place I'll rest at last. I'll scribble notes.
Yeah.
So,
I think it's good. Yeah, it's actually maybe better you said that. So if you hop on there or
yeah.
there, yeah, you can take notes. We can collectively revise it on that link. I think that's another Google Doc. But yeah. So some comments, yes, please.
I enjoy the negation of the self with the lowercase I, although though it references E. Cummings, I would like to see the removal of the rest of the capital letters.
Thanks. That's good.
So Joe is the moderator.
Yeah. So what do you guys think? Was this poem written by a computer or written by a human? Can you tell? What do you feel? What's working in the poem, for example? Which parts of it actually are? So we have got one idea. The pronouns are pretty interesting. Any other? Yeah.
It starts off talking about an adventure, and yet the adventure is never really explored. There's a couple of cliches about heaven and hell, but other than that,
it seems like a romanticization of having cold feet.
Wow. It's a romanticization of having cold feet. Yeah, I think that could be.
The style seems inconsistent to me. So it starts off in a very, a fairly conversational style. Today seems quite an adventure.
Yes.
But then it ends up in a sort of romantic 19th century poetic mode, where all the word orders are odd to allow the, sorry, I'm not expecting myself to allow the rhyming scheme to work and so on, and kind of falls apart at that point.
It becomes a bit laboured in its rhyming. Yeah.
Okay, so in the spirit of time, I'm going to find something positive. So the first two lines of the second stanza go into some kind of idea of similarity between heaven and hell. Like to meet, to die. On the other hand, the last two lines of the first paragraph, I'm having some difficulty in finding a distinction between these two lines of the first.
Right. Yeah, that is pretty much the same thing, two different ways.
I agree. It's a bit cliche, but I think it's greatly expressing the feelings that we have now when the conference is coming to an end. To die is to end the conference. Yeah. It's coming, but we don't really want it to end.
Yeah, Ollie?
It's quite hysterical. You can listen to the author to whether they're going to
Okay, so yeah, that's interesting. So when I was listening to it the first time around, I thought this would work really well with some heavy metal. I don't know. So you have to think about how it would be presented. So one more comment from Ping. I think we can let Anna ask some questions about this.
Well, I found this poem on the internet, Little Arts Journal. I found this poem on Little Arts Journal.
The Arts Journal?
Yeah.
Okay, well there we go. So it's been actually published. That's a good one. That's cool. Want to be arranged Okay, so there we go. Things you didn't know unless there was a workshop. So thanks everybody.
That was the feedback stage. So now I can ask a question. I wasn't allowed to talk. I did.
And you're not allowed to defend yourself either. You can just ask
I can only ask questions now. So, who said about never exploring the adventure? Who was that? So could you expand on that a little bit? How could I have explored the adventure in this poem?
This is possibly me just taking the first line and making some expectations about where I thought the poem was going. I thought it was going to be a discussion of the adventure of dying rather than a discussion of the reticence and so it's possible that I wanted it to be a different poem rather than a better poem. So maybe I just got it wrong. But I was thinking when you start with "To die seems quite an adventure," then that concept should be explored, like how and why.
Right. How are you doing? So I'll move to the final stage. So we've just had the question and the answer stage of the workshop, and the final stage is my reflections as the author on what I've said. And as the author of this poem, I actually feel like you're quite kind. So I feel like I've set the poem up in the wrong way, and I should look at how that's working. I should explore with my use of capitalisation. But I'm wondering if it's really a bad thing to be inconsistent in my style, because I'm being creative. So I have to think about that a little bit more. And so on and so on. So that's my reflections as the author. So that's the process that we are arguing in this paper. We presented the poem, asked for feedback, listened to feedback, then ask questions about the feedback and get answers, and then reflect. I reflect as the creative entity on what's going on. So that's the Rice Workshop.
Yeah. And that's the end of our talk, right? So I think we've got quite a few of our co-authors here, so you can ask any questions. Right? And then we
still have time for 2 or 3 questions. More. Pink?
This poem is really identical with a poem called 4 a.m. by Daniel Carson. What's this?
It is age 16.
Let's not name and shame.
Is this the right poem?
It's what?
Is this the right poem? Oh, the poem that we just read out, is that the one that you presented yesterday?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's been published.
No, it appears in the poetry version of the Bolshevik Journal. I mean that in the nicest possible way.
It's like I've relinquished authorship of it now.
It appears in a journal that will publish anything.
Okay.
I had no idea it was published even in Nonsense when I presented it the other day.
Okay, so
there
very
was a
interesting
question
sociological
first.
Okay.
So I was trying to kind of understand the main message. So part of it seems descriptive, that we already are giving each other feedback and kind of co-creating all the time. But if one of your objectives to help us make this process more effective or more towards kind of automating
Yeah, both. I think so. At the level of the sociological thing, cultural thing would be to make it more effective for us. The other thing would be to make it at all effective for machines. So I think that the main thrust here is that it works okay for us. We've just seen we can do this, but the idea of making machines do it with their own artifacts or reading other artifacts which were written by humans and learning from that, those things are beyond, I think, the current state of the art, which is a bit of a pity because you wouldn't find a human poet who had never read, poems, lots of poems. And you're on music, it's an interesting example. That's where they're kind of like absorbing lots of music and remixing it. I think that sort of theme, pushing that envelope could be a kind of state of the art.
And so it has improved in this process. I had a really amazing experience. I gave Joe a draft of my novel, and he read it and followed this process to give me feedback. And this has been, by a wide margin, the most kind of wonderful and effective and useful interaction I've had about a piece of work.
There we go, testimonial. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
So, but again, the challenge is it works pretty well for us, but we were also talking about how we could enhance that text using computational processes. And so it sets a fairly high bar to do that computation. Yeah.
Okay, Rob, to finish last. No, that's okay. Anna, could you come, please? Okay. Another question? While Anna set up things.
So, how does feedback
Wait, don't.
use the latest version of
Can you just
Painting form. We're not working. We haven't applied it to the painting form at all. We haven't thought about it in context.
to emphasize an artist's art?
I don't think there's anyone in our co-author team who's here now who can answer that question. Simon might be able to answer it on the stream.
So what's the question?
How does the feedback stage relate to the painting form?
So I could say one thing about it, which is that yesterday Simon was talking, in his talk he was talking about kind of having 2 levels of neural networks, one for the vision system and one for the audience modeling. And so even though he was emphasizing he doesn't want the painting tool to be told what to paint, he was very interested in how what it does paint affects the audience and so forth. So there's a bit of an awareness of other people's, writing or painting in this case for a certain audience and appreciating and understanding their feedback using neural networks. Wow, the same thing is already good. So yeah, that was
So just have to add from the chat, Simon says the painting tool is ready to go. Practice as usual.
Well, let's. Now we have the second best student that could remember. Anna Cantosalo, Yuga Taiwan, and Hannah Taiwan. Interaction evaluation for human-computer co-creativity. Yes.
I would like to thank Joe and Anna for preparing the audience like a warm-up. So, one of the things about this conference this year has been the number of co-creativity papers and also human-computer creative support systems. And we were discussing this with Kat there yesterday, and she pointed out that one of the wonderful things is that this year everyone seems to have done some sort of evaluation, and the evaluation of these types of systems is actually the topic of my talk here today. And this is a joint project between me, Jukka Toivonen, who's there, and my supervisor, Hanna Toivonen. So if you have any technical questions related to the system specifically, then feel free to ask them as well. I think this audience would agree with the statement that evaluation is one of the most important goals in computational creativity evaluation. And Anna Jordanis has pointed out previously that it highlights when progress is being made and how the evaluated item can be improved upon. And these are the two goals I'm interested also in computational co-creativity, because it's a bit different. How can we approach this problem in this domain? So what kind of methods should we use? How should human-computer co-creativity evaluation be conducted in practice, and so on. And in this talk, I'm going to give you the highlights of our literature study and a review of the case study we concluded based on the things we found. The talk is from an interaction design perspective. I want to point this out here now. So this is a specific paradigm related to designing for human-computer interaction. As Oli Baum last year pointed out, this could be maybe useful for computational creativity researchers as an empirical grounding for evaluation in general. And I agree with him in that as the interaction design offers such an established design and evaluation method collection, it also offers us a methodological background for evaluating human-computer co-creativity systems. The case study I'm going to present to you today is about the evaluation of our poetry machine tool. This tool is intended for ages 9 and above, so it is for school children to use to learn to explore how poetry can be written at school. The interface, which is again a bit skewed, as the colors are quite right, has a couple of simple elements. First of all, when the user starts using the system will provide him or her with a draft poem, which is here, and it can be then edited by just clicking the words, writing something instead of them, or moving them around. Then there's a couple of tools with which the user can communicate with the computer afterwards, and there's a rhyme tool and the robot tool, and both of these give some new material to the user based on the items the user will interact on these items. So, as for the talk itself, I'm briefly going to revise what we mean by human-computer co-creativity, and then I'm going to explain what is this specific of this kind of evaluation that we need to take into account. Then I'm briefly going to present you the methods of our literature study and our case study, and then I'm going to revise what we learned from literature and then explain our case study a bit more thoroughly. So first of all, by human-computer co-creativity, we mean a shared creative responsibility between a human and a computer. So I think Kate was explaining yesterday about creativity support systems that they don't necessarily need an AI component. So it doesn't need to be smart to be able to support creativity. So here we want to move a bit further from that point and include some sort of intentional computational thinking into the point. So instead of the human just using the computer as a tool, we would like to see a bit more balanced interaction where they actually both contribute to the end result. And in the poetry machine system at the moment, this is done by the system giving concrete input to the poem. And you will see also this in our results that there's actually something directly from the computer also seen in most of the poems created by the children in this system. And how about then human-computer co-creativity evaluation? It's not really that different from computational creativity evaluation in general. For example, we can choose either to look at the process or the outcomes of the system. In this case, we have been more interested in the process itself. So how do users use the system, what kind of things they can do with it, and how that evolves. We can also do some expert or user evaluation. In this case, we are doing user evaluation, but it's also possible to do expert evaluation. Then there's summative and formative evaluation. Summative meaning, as Anna Jordanis puts it, the way we can compare systems between each other. So a kind of benchmark of what this system can do at the moment. The formative evaluation will give us more tools into how to develop it further. And in this case, we're especially interested in the formative results. And the major difference between co-creativity evaluation and computational creativity evaluation is that the human experience actually becomes an interesting evaluation target in itself. So instead of just looking at the results, for example, we are having to actually look how the human perceives interaction and how they perceive the results as well. So as a methodological framework, we took one from the interaction design paradigm, as I was telling you about. The design framework by Roger Sharp and Pease tells you step by step how to conduct an interaction design evaluation. The first step is to determine your study goals. And these goals are then further elaborated by exploring specific study questions. Finally, based on these two steps, you can choose evaluation methods that suit the context in which you're doing your study. Related to this, it is important to identify any practical issues arising from the specific context or the methodology used. And of course, since we're doing user studies, there's always some ethical issues related, so we have to acknowledge those before we start testing. Finally, based on the methods and the goals, we can choose how we want to evaluate, analyze, and interpret the data and how we want to present it to our audience. So, in order to find out how these things are commonly done in the literature related to human-computer co-creativity, we did a little literature study. So we found 4 case studies that had some sort of a human-computer co-creativity tool in them. And these are the only studies we found so far that actually had some sort of evaluation that we could study with the interaction design framework. Then we have 6 additional tools from the creativity support tool paradigm. These are not necessarily tools containing any advanced AI systems, but it is important that we take another look at how the interaction design methods can be used in the creative context. So creativity support tools are studied always in a similar kind of creative context, so that is kind of an addition to the existing co-creativity tool evaluation studies we found. So based on the design framework, we actually found that the goals of different studies are quite varied, and more alarmingly, they are also sometimes completely unspecified. So that's an interesting thing, that when you start to study something, you're actually not telling your audience what your kind of focus of the study was in the beginning. So this is something I would really like to see people address in the future, to explicitly state what they did want to find out about the system they were testing. Also, the exploration phase of questions changes a lot. So, on the other hand, we saw some specific lists, very specific lists of questions the people wanted to ask from their users. And on the other hand, we had some list of specific features people wanted to study about their program. So there's kind of this both ends of the spectrum. One is very feature-oriented and the other is kind of user-oriented. Then in the method selection phase, there's one thing that gets repeated overall, and that is that the use of mixed methods is essential. So you cannot only use one method to study such a complex context, but you have to use multiple, because it can happen that you collect some data and then find out that that's completely unusable. So in order to avoid that kind of situation, you should always select multiple methods, and preferably also from different kinds of method selections. So if you have observation methods, why not include something that actually asks from the users what they think? Then creativity must also be promoted somehow in the test situation itself. It's really stressful to test under strict laboratory conditions, but we always get kind of a better data from situations that we can control. So you should either set up your lab so that it somehow promotes creativity in a test situation, or you should use some sort of remote method so that the user can actually conduct the study in their own time, and you just then collect the data based on that. In practical issues, it turns out that some interaction design metrics traditionally used are not actually really suitable for the creative context. For example, usually usability is evaluated by the time people use in order to solve one problem. But it turns out that in creativity solutions, it may turn out that people actually are just really focused on the task. They want to continue it and iterate over it for a larger period of time, and that's not necessarily a bad thing. Also, if you want to do any kind of evaluation of the outcomes and the usefulness of the system, you should really ask the users, because novelty and value of the end artifact are always dependent on their actual needs. Then, interestingly, there were no real specific ethical issues related specifically to creativity. So there didn't seem to be this kind of problems with owning the work that you do, or etc. So I was really surprised by this finding. Finally, in the evaluation, analysis and interpretation of data, we found a lot of varied ways to do things. First of all, many of the papers reflected on the creative processes of the users, which I personally thought was very useful for further design of systems. Finally, they also usually provided some sort of sets of user ideas that were concrete, and then also a very large number of fixed quotes and data that you can use for further design. In our own case study, we decided explicitly to study 3 goals: usability, usefulness, and enjoyability of the program. These were elaborated into the sort of study questions you can better answer with actual methods. And in usability, we decided that it should be defined as some sort of ease of use and aesthetics of the program. The usefulness question evolves around the fact that does the program actually make writing easy? Enjoyability, then again, is a more user experience related concept and relates mainly to fun when we are dealing with this. We of course selected mixed methods. We had 2 different methods, and we're going to go into details a little bit later. And both of these methods were kind of observation-based, so we coupled them with some sort of post-test interview methods in order to also gain direct feedback from the users. Both of the methods provided quite large amounts of quantitative and qualitative data, so it took I think about 2 months to go through all that data, because we had a lot of film data, then we had also audio recordings of the situations and so on. The first method we use is called peer tutoring. It's a method that has been developed by a couple of Finnish interaction designers in order to study especially children in some sort of testing conditions. And the idea is that we have actually two users, which diminishes the imbalance between having a child and adult discussing with each other. So we transform the situation into a situation where the children discuss among themselves. So we used the each one teach one approach of this specific method, which means that the tutor is first taught how to use the program, and then afterwards he teaches to the other students how it works. And after these sessions, we also had a peer interview during which we asked the pair of the students how they like the program. Here we can see the classroom where we did the experimentation. So we have set up 2 desks and 1 computer. In the first phase, the tutor would sit here and try to find out how to use the program, mainly on his own, but we provided help when it was necessary. Then when the tutor is introduced into the situation, the tutor is taking control of the computer, and the tutor can only then verbally assist in the process. The group testing situation was meant to simulate a teacher-driven small group teaching session. The simulation was based on our previous visits to the same school, where we met with these children and this teacher and observed how they usually use technology in their everyday schooling. We always had 5 pupils and 1 teacher, and the teacher would be here teaching and explaining the system first, and then the students would start working on their own. We set the laptop so that they could work in a group of 3 or a group of 2 in order to also promote kind of discussion between them. So it was, we were especially interested in how children talk to each other about the program, because that's where you kind of get the actual responses to things. Every group testing session was finalized by a feedback game. That's kind of a focus group method we developed especially for use with children. In practice, we did the testing with 1 class of 9 to 10-year-old students. We ran 6 peer tutoring tests, that's 12 pupils in total, and 2 group tests, that's another 10 pupils in total. Since all the participants except for the teacher were minors, we acquired a permission from their guardians in order for them to participate in the testing. We also took this explicit care in order to have them relax there, and we kept a couple of breaks in between in order to allow them to adjust. We had 1 test task. The test task itself was similar for all the different groups of testers, but they of course saw it in a little different way. So the test task was to simply write a poem using the poetry machine. We didn't want to make a very specific test task in order to promote creativity, and it turns out it worked quite well with the two user groups that actually had some sort of introduction into the use of the program. But peer tutors who had to first find out how the program works had struggled a bit with the task at first, because they're really young pupils and they don't necessarily know what poetry means yet. The results were certainly interesting. First of all, the usability result was sort of, I wouldn't say necessarily devastating, but you will understand that 82 unique usability problems is quite a high score. So there's of course the fact that only some of these were really critical and others were just kind of issues related to how the program looks and what the specific children really liked. Someone some blamed the colors and such. The enjoyability results were really, really encouraging. Observations were semi-positive, so we tried to observe the gestures that peer tutoring participants made during the testing, and almost all of these are positive, especially if we consider frowning and other gestures usually related to concentration as positive. So there's this really tricky situation of choosing your metrics here, as you can see. So some of the children were really like very frowning, but it turned out that they were really actually trying to just concentrate. The interview results themselves, they were really positive. A lot of the children wanted to recommend the tool to other children and considered it fun. We also received a couple of anecdotal positive responses. For example, one child told us that she explicitly stayed after school in order to participate in the testing because she had heard that it was so much fun. In the usefulness results, we also had some positive indications. First of all, some children stated that it made writing really fun and also easier than writing without the program. Also, the teacher thought that the program made children to work faster than usual, and they also worked more independently than usual. For example, there was one boy who usually had to really struggle with creative writing, but immediately when he got the system, he started pulling words around and creating his own form. So that was really encouraging. We also found a couple of interesting use patterns we didn't anticipate. First of all, some of the users seemed to be storing some of the words they were seeing in the user interface. So whether they were saying, this is an interesting word, I want to use this later on maybe, and they would pull it in the end of the poem and use that as a kind of a self-made storage unit. There was also a couple of children who really used the robot as a sort of an ideation machine. So they kept pulling words to the robot, and if they didn't find anything, they would write something on their own, but if they found something suitable, they would immediately drag it to the poem. Also, it seems that the testing methods affected a bit on how the poems were written. First of all, peer tutoring participants seemed to write a bit shorter poems, so they were on average 11.6 words long. Whereas the group testing participants, some really got carried away and started writing amazingly long poetry. It was like reading some sort of Beowulf type story. So the average length there was 25.4 words. When we look at the composition of the poems, we noticed that 28% of the words used by peer tutoring students were actually from the computer originally, and 34% of the group testing students' words were based on the words provided by the computer. This, however, the statistics doesn't work as robustly as you might imagine, because it turned out that some of the students were actually pointing out that I actually got an idea from this during the testing, even though it didn't show up in the actual log file. We also got a nice number of very concrete improving ideas from the users. We were actually quite surprised, since usually 9 to 10-year-olds, they're not really that easy with their opinions and not that concrete. But we actually got some very interesting responses relating to the quality of rhymes and the familiarity of the material altogether. So these are the kind of user ideas we can immediately put into practice when we are honing how the voice machine system works in the future. So, as a conclusion, interaction design seems to offer a complementary evaluation approach to human-computer co-creativity tools. The methods and practice are well established, and the results are also practical and descriptive and can be put to use in real development work. There are a couple of challenges though. First of all, creating a creative test situation and a suitable task are very difficult. There's also some of the metrics that don't really work with creative context. So in choosing your interaction design metrics, be very careful that it actually suits the creative context. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. Questions?
Were you able to identify anything in the interaction design literature that could help you identify people's perceptions of novelty, or help you identify users' thoughts on the kind of evaluation that we often do automatically?
That's a very good question. There was one case study that specifically mentioned that they used a kind of a similar metric that we use here in order for the users to evaluate their own outcomes. But otherwise, there wasn't any specific research there so far related to that. But I'm not sure. There could be something that we just missed.
Or it could be something that you need to make.
Yeah.
And then we can all use.
Of course. That's an interesting subject.
Give you a couple of examples of the usability issues.
Oh, first of all, if I just maybe go back to the screenshot. It turned out that when you're dragging and dropping the words, the writing area actually activates too early. So there's too small of a margin for the kids actually to drag and drop easily. So that's one of the issues we had to improve upon for the next iteration. And also, some of the kids really had struggled dragging the words from one place to another because there's a little bit of ambiguity whether or not you should drop it in front of the word or in the back.
I was interested to hear you say that sort of novelty and value should be measured from the perspective of the actual person who created the artifact in this kind of situation. But at the same time, a lot of us here seem to be trying to define global systems for novelty and value so that our computers can be sort of said to have these properties, right? While other people are saying, no, we should actually have the computers be judged on their own terms, right? Is it novel with respect to what they've been able to see? Can you just say a little bit more about that? Do you think that it's something specific to co-creativity that makes it so important to judge novelty and value from the perspective of the usually user?
Well, I would actually think that some sort of one-time trouble. There's the far end of having expert evaluate you, and then the far end of having the people or the computers who produce the artifact evaluating themselves. And I think there's benefits to both of them. So if we really want to compare systems, we should strive for this kind of evaluation that's done by experts, so it stays the same across the field. Whereas when we're looking at the usefulness of these kind of tools, we should really look at how the users themselves perceive their usefulness, and that's related immediately to technology.
This is just a comment. So this was the second paper.
Second.
So I just wanted to say I can see why, because you're doing very well formalised evaluation, you're defining the criteria, and it's just really good to see that kind of evaluation happening in this field. I like it very much. So thank you for your talk.
Thank you.
Let's thank Anna for his. So now we have Asha goal. Impact of a creativity support tool on student learning about scientific discovery processes.
Thank you, Amilcar. It's a little challenging to talk immediately after a award-winning paper, but I'll try. So on Monday, I gave a couple of other talks, one with Dan Bedwell, and I was talking about how there are 6 major themes in the research we do. In this talk, we will combine 3 themes: design thinking, systems thinking, and abductive thinking. It is design thinking not because we could engage in design, but design thinking refers to thinking about ill-defined, ill-structured, open-ended problems. So there are going to be 3 takeaway lessons, one to do with theory, the second to do with technology, and the third to do with experiment. So the theory takeaway lesson is one that has already been mentioned in this workshop several times. I think all of you will probably agree with it, and that is supporting the evaluation task would improve the creativity task that we are trying to support. In this case, we're going to try to support scientific discovery. So this is what is happening in science education. One of the things that is happening in science education is, of course, a very big thing, so lots of things are happening. Several people, Danny Edelson, Roy P., John Clement, have recently argued that we should really teach authentic science practices as early as possible in science. So we don't want to just teach properties of hydrogen and oxygen and water. We want to teach about the scientific process that a chemist may follow to discover the properties of hydrogen, oxygen, and water. The argument goes that scientific discovery is a creative process. And if students would do scientific discovery, even if it's little C creativity, they would be creative in their own right, which will help with their motivation and engagement. But of course, this raises very serious issues for us. What exactly is the scientific discovery process? We are all scientists here, but if I were to do a survey, what is the scientific discovery process, I doubt we all agree on one process. And even if we were to agree, how does one teach scientific discovery process to, say, middle school? And I'm going to talk mostly about middle school children. So these are grades 6 to 8, 11 to 14-year-old boys and girls. And the reason for doing that is that until about the end of elementary school, both boys and girls are very engaged in science. It's in middle school that we lose boys and girls. They lose engagement with science, especially girls. So that's the sort of appropriate period to try to catch them in the game. What tasks of scientific discovery should we support? How can we support these tasks? Obviously, I talk about evaluation. And then how? This will be an important part of my talk. How do we assess the impact of it? Does it really make a difference? So what I'm going to do now is, I said that there's going to be no agreement on what the scientific discovery process is. I'm going to take very quickly 5 epistemic views of scientific discovery that have been reported in the literature. This is not an exhaustive list, but then I'll find something that's common among these 5. So the first is, there's a lot of work on classifications. We know about the work of Mendeleev, for example, the chemical periodic table. In AI, Dendrol, which was one of the first AI systems in about 1964, was also a classification system. It classified mass spectroscopic data to molecular structures that were producing the mass spectroscopy. There is a second view of computational ideation, of ideation in scientific discovery. And that is scientific discovery is really about abduction. Abduction is the best explanation to a set of data. It was first proposed by Charles Peirce about 1890, and his theory of inquiry was that you generate a hypothesis that's abduction, then you make predictions based on that hypothesis that is deduction, and then you try to verify those predictions and validate those hypotheses, and that you call induction. You don't have to necessarily agree with all the definitions here, but the point is that abduction is an important part, especially of generating hypotheses. And there has been work in AI, for example, the work of Pat Langley et al. On the Bacon system which reduced the gas law. There is a third way, and this is the way that you're all familiar with. This has been proposed already many, many times in this talk, in this conference. And if you cannot see it, it doesn't matter. I'll come to this in more detail later. And that is that one view of scientific discovery is that we scientists generate conceptual models and then we validate these conceptual models. So Linda Darden, for example, has analyzed the conceptual model used by population geneticists. My colleague, I'll come to my colleague in a second, but Nancy Nassessian. Another way is to think about, well, scientists use analogical reasoning. So John Clement has analyzed how physicists go about thinking about linear harmonic oscillators. A lot of literature on it, starting from 1988. This is a classic example, and it's all based on analogy. And then Todd Griffith, among others, has built computational models. So that was the 4th view. Here's the 5th view. My colleague Nancy Nassessian has analyzed Maxwell's visual thinking when, in 1884, he was trying to develop this unified theory of electromagnetism. So there was this magnetic field, there were these cycles in magnetic field, and Maxwell was very worried that if there is a cycle like this and a cycle like the vortex, they will cancel each other. In order to resolve that, he proposed, wrongly it turned out, that there were kind of ball bearings between these different vortices, that's why they would not cancel. It's all visual thinking, and they're systems that model. 5 views of scientific discovery. There is one thing common, and this is not an exhaustive list. Not one of them provides any guarantee of correctness. Abduction is not truth preserving. So evaluation then becomes a critical task in scientific discovery. All scientists must evaluate. That's what you and I do. That suggests that automating the evaluation task would make it easier for scientists and students of science alike to be creative. So I'm not saying anything new here. You all are familiar with this notion of the centrality of evaluation. I'm just trying to put it in the context of scientific discovery. Okay, so I'm going to move away from our theory to technology. So we developed in our lab, David Joyner in particular, my co-author, developed in our lab a technology that automatically spawns simulation models for evaluating conceptual models. Let me be clear about this, because modeling and simulation are very well-known technologies. But what happens is that the tools that people have built for building conceptual models and the tools that people have built for building simulation models are independent. Now the difficulty is that young children, middle school students, are not very good at setting up simulation models. Simulation models typically require knowledge of stochastic processes or second-order differential equations. What we will do is to build an AI compiler that will take a conceptual model and at the click of a button, set up automatically the simulation model so that you can evaluate. So that's the basic technology, and I'll show you how that works. So model construction is a very well-known process. Model construction, model use, model evaluation, model revision. This model evaluation is the part that we'll try to automate. Okay, so different kind of models, conceptual models, which are typically qualitative. Simulation models, which are typically numerical. There are tools for conceptual modeling, there are tools for simulation modeling. So we developed a tool called Mila for helping middle school children build conceptual models. This is an example of a conceptual model. The problem here is that near Georgia Tech in Atlanta, there is a lake called the Piedmont Lake. And one day, in I think July 2009, when the ground stent went to the Piedmont Lake, they found that all the fish were dead, every single fish in supply. It's been about 6-7 years since then. No one quite knows why it has happened. Why did it happen? So now a large number of hypotheses are there, and I'll show you some of the hypotheses that the students can help with. So this tool, first of all, allows you to do conceptual modeling, but it also allows you to simulate a conceptual model. So that's the conceptual model at the top. In Mila, there is a single button, press it, it will set up a simulation for you. The simulation tool, we are using an off-the-shelf NetLogo simulator. So this is not our product. This is the work of Yuri Wilinski at Northwestern University. The simulation. Okay. So the advantage of conceptual models is they're very easy to construct. They're very easy to read. They're very easy to revise. But there is no evaluation. The drawbacks are they're descriptive, they're qualitative, and they're top-down. In case of simulation models, the advantage and disadvantage are almost exactly the different. The simulation models are predictive and quantitative, but they're difficult to construct, difficult to read, difficult to revise. So we want to combine the benefits of the two so that we can do both conceptual modeling and then evaluate them through simulation modeling. So we want to combine the benefits of conceptual and simulation modeling. That's what the technology does for you. So we'll bridge them. And so a child can now, and a scientist or a student can now build a conceptual model and construct a simulation immediately. That's the evaluation part. And once it's simulated and get the results, you can revise the concept. So how do we do it? We begin with a conceptual model, and in between there is this technology, Mila S. S stands here for simulation. So this is a version of Mila that is able to do simulation. And in order for Mila S to work, Mila S is now going to work as an AI compiler. In order for that to work, we need a knowledge representation language in which you can put this conceptual models. So for many, many years, we have been developing a language called structure behavior function model that I'm not sure to show you. But it has a very well-defined syntax and very well-defined semantics by now because we've been working on 30 years, so it's pretty formalized. We changed that into a component mechanism phenomenon language because we're going to model ecological phenomena, and ecologists don't like to talk about functions. In fact, they are repelled by the notion of function. So we simplified it and also modified it. So, but again, it's a mature language, very formal. Okay, so how do we do this? Somebody builds a conceptual model, a student, or a scientist for that matter, and uses various kinds of components and relationships. This is an instance of a model that a student has built in a particular language. Our compiler, AI compiler, detects that this is an instance of a particular pattern that it knows about, and uses that pattern to spawn a simulation because we have compiled what kind of simulation should be set up for what kind of pattern. So here are some assumptions it makes. It sets up the individual agents. NetLogo is an agent-based simulation platform, so it must, our compiler must decide what the agents must be, what the agent relationships must be, how are you going to visualize it in NetLogo, and then immediately sets up the entire NetLogo simulation. Okay, so that was the technology, and that's all I'm going to talk about, the technology. The paper talks more about it, and we have written more papers on technology, so there is plenty of literature. Instead, I want to focus on the experiment. Okay, we can talk about theory and technology, but where is the proof that it works? So now this is experiment evaluation. So what we found was that in fact introducing this, automating this evaluation step, leaving everything else to the student, to the middle school student, in fact has a large impact both on the content of the models they produce and the process they use to produce. Okay, sorry about this. Oh, okay. So we did an experimental study. This was an experimental study in middle school in the metro Atlanta area. There were 237 students. These are all 8th grade students. The students had two different teachers. So one teacher was teaching one subset of them, another teacher was teaching another subset of them. The 237 students had gifted students that the teachers thought were gifted. They had what are called on-level students, so they're sort of typically developing students. They had what the teachers called special education students. So these were students who needed special assistance. So there was a vast demographic. So we don't just one kind of student. We gave these students initially only MILA, only conceptual modeling, no evaluation. And we observed the kind of tools, and we observed the kind of models they built and the kind of process they used. Then, for 50 of these students, and only 50 of these students, the 50 gifted students, and there is a caveat here, we gave them MILA S, the one with simulation models. And then we observed the kind of models they produced and the process they used. Then we compared them with the kind of models they had built without the evaluations. Everybody okay with the experimental setup here? Okay, so this is the same process that the students are going to follow now, except that now we have both conceptual models and simulation models. So some of the model revision is going to occur in conceptual model, some of it is going to occur in simulation model, and some of it is going to occur between the two of them, as based on the results of the simulation, they're going to revise the conceptual. So there's going to be lots of model revisions going on because we introduced a particular evaluation step. So this is one team. So the 50 students, 50 gifted students here, divided themselves into teams of 3 to 4. They divided, teams were based on by self-selection. We did not make the teams. And then they started building conceptual models for why did the fish die in that Piedmont lake in Atlanta. So this was one model they built. And then they ran a quick simulation on it. And the simulation indicated that this model was not very good. I can get through a lot of details about how what a conceptual model. Let me do that. For just one of the teams, let me do it. This particular model suggests that fish need oxygen, algae produces oxygen, chemicals kill algae, so this must be because there was some pollutions that went into the fish lake that killed algae and killed oxygen and therefore killed the fish. When they did a simulation of this, they found that the algae do not kill oxygen fast enough to kill all the fish. The conceptual model is wrong. So they revised the conceptual model. And the revised model is that chemicals damage fish directly. You don't have algae is not needed as an intermediate step. And so this is, as you can see, a much richer conceptual model that the same team is developing as a result of testing out the previous conceptual. Note that the quality of model is much richer. Note also that the process of model construction has changed because of the evaluation automation. Now I can give you more case studies like this. Oh, the simulation of this showed to the students, fish do get killed, and they say they accept the concept. There are many different teams. These teams do not come up with all the same models. The evaluation criteria here are very negotiable. In fact, even professional scientists who have looked at this phenomenon of fish dying in Atlanta in July 2009 are not yet sure. There's disagreement about what exactly is the right explanation. So not surprisingly, the students are coming up with different explanations. Here is a second case. In this case, the first conceptual model, the simulation, a much richer conceptual model, simulation at this particular point in time. I want to make sure that we're all together so far. Now the third case is a slightly different one. In this case, they built a conceptual model, and this team right from the start built a pretty elaborate conceptual model. When they simulated it, the first simulation showed that under certain conditions, fish do not die. So they changed some of the simulation parameters. There is toggles here, and you can change the simulation parameters, some of the simulation parameters without changing the conceptual model. As they did it, they found that under slightly different conditions, the conceptual model is good enough to explain the fish life. So it's the simulation model that is getting revised, not the conceptual. And then eventually they settle on some simulation parameters that they're happy with. Okay, so what is happening here now is that conceptual modeling is a major aspect of scientific discovery. You and I build conceptual models all the time in our lives. Simulation modeling or experimentation is yet another important aspect of what we do as scientists. There is some iteration going on in conceptual modeling. There is some iteration going on in simulation modeling. This iteration that is going on in the simulation modeling can be done without conceptual models. But you cannot revise the conceptual models unless you can do some simulation, unless you can do some evaluation and experimentation. So our technology is allowing children to experiment with the models so that they can, in fact, revise the concept. So the two general trends, both constructed models and the model construction process changed fairly substantially. The changes were not simply tweaks. The models became much more complicated, elaborate after the simulation portion was introduced. That was the MEDA S stands for simulation. And instead of being purely explanatory in nature, why I think fish die, they now started constructing models that anticipated how these models could be simulated. So the models now had predictive capacity in addition to experimental capacity. In the model construction process, like I mentioned, there were several revision cycles that came on the conceptual model side, on the simulation model side, and on the interaction. So in future work, I'm calling this future work, but I'll tell you that we already done this, part of it, and some of it worked and some of it did not work. So this was we want to do a control study, now not with middle school students, but with college biology students. So in April, we actually did such a study, and we are currently analyzing the results because the study was just done 2 months back or so we don't have all the results. But the initial preliminary anecdotal evidence is that the results seem to be similar to what we got in the research. What we want to do now is to see whether we can take this technology to citizen scientists. So as an example of citizen scientists, you probably know that starfish are dying on the west coast of the United States in very large numbers. No one is quite sure why they're dying, but they're dying in millions. This was discovered first by citizen scientists who are scuba divers off the coast of near Seattle. So that's the kind of tool we would like to give to the citizen scientists. Citizen scientists are very smart. They can build conceptual models very quickly, but they are not very good at stochastic processes and non-linear differential equations. If we can build these simulation tools so they can quickly check these conceptual models, then we empower citizen scientists to validate their models and perhaps build more elaborate. So that's the goal. We are not there yet. And so I put all the three takeaway lessons together: theory, technology, and experiment. So in terms of theory, the same thing that many of you have been saying for a long while: evaluation is key. Technology, we have built a tool that enables automatic spawning of simulation models that can evaluate a conceptual model. And an experiment, empirical evidence seems to suggest that it changes both the quality of the conceptual models students are producing and the processor models. Thank you.
So I'm reminded of the Stella platform. Yes. Is this a graphical version of that, essentially?
Yes. So for those of you who may not know about Stella platform, Stella is the work of Jay Forrester and his associates and students. It's a very well-known Stella platform for doing simulation modeling. It also does conceptual modeling of a particular kind. The conceptual modeling is based on Jay Forrester's theories of feedback systems. So Stella works very well with specific kinds of systems, feedback systems in particular, control systems, because that's what Jay Forrester's theory is about. So you can think of this as something similar, but for systems in general, rather than just feedback control systems of the kind of Jay Forrester does. There is another tool, because you mentioned Stella, there is another tool from University of California, Berkeley, called Insight Maker. And Insight Maker has a similar idea of combining conceptual models and simulation models. We have tried to use Insight Maker, and I can tell you that at least our use of it suggests that it's very complicated, way too complicated for middle school students or citizen scientists. On the other hand, for professional scientists, it's very useful.
I really love. Yes, I love that amazing piece of work. It's something that I was working in a lab with John McCormack in the office, working with ecosystem models, and we were dreaming of this tool. So I wish we'd known that you were working it. The question I wanted to ask was just about the specific example you did, and I couldn't understand why students wouldn't just end up with this extremely trivial model where they just have fish and pollution, fish and chemicals with one arrow, chemicals kill fish. And what I guess I didn't understand was whether was there additional scientific knowledge built into the system, and was there additional data besides just the fact of the population?
Very good point. So I did not give you the complete experimental study. So in fact, students had access to data sources of various kinds. These were hypermedia data sources, for example, stories from Atlanta Journal-Constitution, which had additional data about it. The teachers were also acting as data sources. Students would ask questions, and teachers were moving around in the room would give answers to that. There was a third source. We had constructed expert simulations for some of these processes. So the students could run the expert simulations and see what the expert simulations would look like. So indeed, there's one more thing I can now mention that now that you have raised the question. The teachers told them, whether this was good or bad, I'll leave it to you to decide. So the teachers told them that 2-node models are not acceptable. So the students were required to dig a little bit deeper because some students, not the gifted students, but some of the, let's say, on-level students, would build just a 2-node thing, something killed fish, answer that. And that is sort of hard to simulate and hard to say much about.
But it's a good model.
But it's a good model.
I'm just curious about the underlying models. Are they currently mostly just kind of continuous relations? And is there any kind of discrete modeling capability in there?
So let me show you a little bit about it, a little bit more about it. So I just picked this as an arbitrary model, as an example of other models. So first of all, some things are continuous. For example, birth rate and age in this simulation toggle, then you can sort of change it on a continuous scale. But these relationships are discrete. So fish consumes food, for example. In addition, not shown here is there are evidence links. So when if a student or a team of students builds a particular link between two nodes, then an evidence box shows up and says, what evidence do you have for that? So for every relationship, students have to provide some evidence, and then we have a taxonomy. This is sometimes called epistemic cognition, where there's sort of 7 kinds of explanations they can give. And so they have to give one or more of those 7 kinds of explanations. So the models that capture both certain continuous variables and certain discrete variables, the conceptual models are focusing on the discrete variables and discrete relationships. The simulation models are focusing on the continuous variables.
To follow up on my snarky comment of a minute ago, have you thought any way of incorporating in the system itself some measure of regularization so that it can say, yeah, that's a good model, but it doesn't tell us anything. And on the other hand, you could build 500 node model, which is ridiculous too, and you want to be somewhere in the middle. You have any ideas about that?
Absolutely. So David Joyner's dissertation was on metacognitive tutoring. Exactly that. So what I've not shown you, because this talk was not about metacognitive tutoring, is that behind this are a range of intelligent tutors: guides, critics, mentors, observers. There was a 5th one that I didn't implement. So as I as a student build a particular model, which is not a good model, then the critic comes and says, this is not a good model, and here is why. Now, of course, the critic abilities are limited. It doesn't understand everything about the model. Alternatively, if I as a student am not sure about what to do next, then I can call the guide, and the guide will give a solution. So there is, in fact, a set of intelligent tutors, and David calls them metacognitive tutoring, because these tutors are talking not so much about the content of the model as much as about the process of thinking.
Nice.
One last question from there.
To elaborate on the process of thinking, you were saying that most people don't understand ordinary differential equations, but here you have like a differential equation in action. Have you thought about like peeling back kind of like the symbolic representations of what things are doing, and like you could literally teach people differential equations just by providing this model of the changing system?
That's a very good point, Sam. So one of the justifications for the net local simulation is that in order to build a simulation, you have to do some agent programming. So then Wilinski and his colleagues say, well, we're teaching students how to do programming because they have to build simulations. In a similar way, what you are saying could be done by providing a visualization of how certain differential equations could work. We could provide perhaps a qualitative understanding of differential equations as to many people are difficult to do. We have thought about it, we have not yet done it.
Yeah, because you mentioned the metaphors for harmonic oscillators,
yes.
And that's perfect.
Yeah.
Let's thank Asha. And now, intentionally generating choices in interactive narratives. Are you Peter?
Yeah.
Okay. Peter, my partner.
So I'm here. I think Michael is also somewhere. Noah couldn't make it, but I'm talking about interactive narratives. So something that we heard in the keynote a little bit. And in particular, I'm interested in how choices in interactive narrative are going to be generated. So there's lots of literature on narrative generation, but I'm sort of putting a little twist on that and going for the choices in an interactive narrative. So what do we know about choices in narrative? They're an important part of interactive narrative. This is a screenshot from Papers, Please, and the choices in that game are really what make that game as intense as it is. You have these choices to accept or deny people's visa applications, etc. And so, if choices are an important part of interactive narrative, we can think about why that is, right? And we can say things like, well, choices affect the pacing and mood of a story. They are required for something, so the experience of regret when you play a game is something that you couldn't have if there were no choices in that game. And then the foundation of some things that we want in interactive narrative, like agents. But constructing good choices is difficult. And so the question that I'm sort of taking as my inspiration is, how can computers help us understand how choices work in interactive narrative? So from a computational creativity standpoint, what I'm trying to do is use the computer as a tool to help me understand a creative domain, while also incidentally, although not quite incidentally, making a system which is itself creative in some way. So this goes back to Phil Agree's idea of a critical technical practice, the idea that while you're developing some AI system to generate something or be creative or whatever, you should be in dialogue with the theory that you're using, right? You shouldn't just look up some theory about creativity and say, okay, we're going to implement this and go sort of one way. You should also be saying, hey, what does my system have to say about that theory that it's coming from? And so Dunyazad, the system that I'm about to describe, after talking a little bit about choice poetics, is a system that aims to help construct a theory of choice poetics by sort of implementing ideas in that domain. So Dunyazad is a system which generates choose-your-own-adventure style interactive fiction. So it generates a branching tree of sort of different plot nodes, and you can read one and then make a choice and then read another. Just in case people are wondering, that's Scheherazade's little sister from 1001 Nights. So the goals of this project are to generate individual choices with specific effects, and that's actually mostly what I'm going to talk about. That's sort of the work that's already done. We want to incorporate these choices into longer branching narratives, and that's sort of trivially possible at this point, but I don't have a lot of the good sort of higher level plot functions that should be there. And then, of course, use the results of developing the system to inform the theory of choice poetics. So what is this theory of choice poetics? I'm going to go through that a little bit now before I describe the system. If poetics is how stories affect audiences, then choice poetics is how choices in interactive narrative are contributing to that kind of thing. What do we know about choice poetics? Well, some things that we know are that modes of engagement are important, and we understand some choice idioms. So there's some things like dilemmas that we sort of know some things about. But there's not a good sort of low-level theory of choice poetics that helps us understand all kinds of choices. So I'm going to talk a little bit about those two things, modes of engagement and idioms. In terms of modes of engagement, so Aristotle's Poetics, which is sort of the root of all this, is him describing what he thought are universal properties of drama, right? But if you look at more modern literary theory, you have this idea that the reader is important, right? That these properties might not be as universal as we would hope, and especially when you put choices into the narrative, then the player now is obviously very important in terms of what their experience is going to be, and different players will have potentially radically different experiences, maybe not even see the same content. So modes of engagement is this idea that we should consider what the player is bringing to the piece as they're experiencing it. And we can think about different ways in which players might engage. So this is a list of some of them. You can role play, so you can create a persona and then try to behave in the game world as if you are that persona. Or you can power play, you can say, I want to score points, right? Whatever that means in a particular game. And as an example of that, here's a specific choice, a dilemma from Mass Effect, where you have two characters who need to save one or the other, right? And we might sort of naively say, oh, this is a dilemma, this is a difficult choice to make, there's two options, they're balanced against one another. But if we actually think about the player's modes of engagement, different players might have different considerations of this choice, right? And some players might think, oh, well, one of these characters is higher level than another. This is an obvious choice. There's nothing difficult about it at all. And so, because there's all these different ways to approach the game, if you're trying to design a choice that has a specific effect, you need to take into account how your players are going to approach that choice. And it's really complicated, right? Different players might approach the game in different ways. Most players are actually going to be using more than one mode of engagement at once, so they're sort of mixing them up. And they can even change over the course of a single play session. But it's not sort of this like all hope is lost, we have to give up and we can never design meaningful choices situation, authors actually can encourage certain modes of engagement, right? So in a role-playing game, when you get to create your character and set up all these variables about your character, that encourages you to develop a persona for that character. And this is what authors of interactive fiction currently do, is sort of make some assumption about what mode of engagement the people are going to come with and maybe encourage that one. So let me talk a little bit about choice idioms. What we just saw was a dilemma, right? And we know some things about dilemmas. A classic dilemma has exactly two options, and both of them are equally negative in some way. And maybe being negative, you have to consider modes of engagement a little bit. We know that dilemmas are difficult choices to make. They create tension. You can create maybe regret afterwards by having outcomes that emphasize the path not taken. So these are some things that sort of we can look at existing literature, look at existing practice, and understand about dilemmas. So there's lots of different types of choice idiom that we can talk about that are sort of, you say, oh, a false choice, and people know what you mean, and we know some things about what it means to be a false choice and what the effects of a false choice might be. But of course, there's non-idiomatic choices, right? And a good theory of choice poetics would go beyond idioms and have some underlying way of talking about choices that would not only explain the idioms, but also the non-idiomatic cases. So why are choice poetics important? Well, I mentioned this before, but I think they're important in particular because of the things that interactive narrative can do that other media just cannot do, right? So the experience of regret when you make a choice in a game and then feel, oh, I shouldn't have done that. You can't get that same experience from reading a novel. You can maybe feel sympathy for a character who experiences regret in a novel, but that's a little bit different. You can regret having read a novel, but that's very different. But that feeling of regret that you can get when you're in an interactive experience is something that isn't explained by normal poems. So let me talk about the system. I said that one of the main goals was to generate choices with specific poetic effects, right? And so what I'm going to talk about is how we do that in Dunyazad. And to start with, here's an example of a choice that it generates. So I'll let you all read that a little bit. We can see that it sort of has some natural language text, has several different options. If you are actually playing the game, then you would have sort of interface elements for choosing one of the options. We'll come back to this example. First, I'm going to try to explain what's going on under the hood. So how does Dunyazad understand this? And the first thing is choice structure. So choices can be broken down into framing, options, and outcomes, right? And you can have multiple options that lead to the same outcome. If we take this choice we just saw and break it down that way, we can see that the framing is up at the top, and then we have 3 different options. The outcomes obviously are not shown here because we haven't made a choice yet. And actually, all of the reasoning that Dunyazad does at this point about poetics is about just the options. It's not worried about the outcomes yet. You could argue that this parenthetical text is maybe part of the framing, but in any case, you definitely have several options and some framing. So looking at just the framing, here are some of the things that Dunyazad understands about that. And I'm not going to go into detail about the sort of answer set programming stuff underlying how it reasons, but we can see that there's some sort of predicate structures here. You can think of these as little sentences that are written like backwards with lots of parentheses. But we basically have a structured representation that can be very descriptive of what the situation is. So Dunyazad has some idea that there's templated setups, right? So this is the threatened innocence setup. And there's some innocents and they're threatened, and in this case the innocents are the merchant, and the threatener is this bandit, right? And so the system is already making some choices about how to set this situation up. And then this down at the bottom, there's this relation in the world where the bandits are threatening the merchant. And that's the sort of key starting off point for this setup supplying an interesting choice to the user. Obviously, there's a lot more predicates that go into representing this, but I'm going to move on in the interest of time. So here is the first option and some of the interesting predicates related to that. So we have different types of action, and each option is going to correspond to a type of action. So in this case, the first option is an attack action. But of course, the action can be filled out in different ways. So in this case, we know that the aggressor is you, the player character's avatar, and the target of this attack action is the bandit. But we also know some other things, like the bandit has some skill in fighting, and if you look at the parenthetical text, it says, they have skill fighting, you are missing skill fighting, they have no tool for fighting. So there's some sort of relevant parts of the state of the world that are giving us not just a sort of blind decision where it's like, you attack the bandits, you have no information about whether you'll be successful, but because of this sort of skill configuration, you can think, well, we probably won't be too successful if they're better at us than fighting. Or, sorry, better than us at fighting. So what about poetics, right? I promised that the system would reason about poetics, and all this stuff that I've shown is just about sort of states of the world. The system also has some predicates that sort of represent the poetics of the situation at a low level, and I'm not going to force you to read more predicates. Here's some English translation of that. The system basically understands that if you choose option 1, first, as a sort of state of the world, the likely outcome of that option, because the bandits possess the fighting skill and you don't, is you will be injured, right? And that's because the attack action has several different outcomes that it can have. One of those is being injured, and depending on the skills involved, that's more or less likely. Then, if I go back to the predicates for a second, these other parts of this description are at the level of expectations, right? So the system is trying to project onto the player some expectations. The system is saying, I bet that you will expect this to happen. And in this case, it's expecting that the player will understand it's possible to save the merchants, right? So the attack action does have a victory outcome, which is possible, maybe not likely, but possible. And the player should understand, yes, this option might be a way to save those merchants. It's also possible that you'll fail or sort of preserve your health pool. And it's not only possible, but it's also likely, right? And so the system has a sort of way of combining all of these individual expectations into an overall expectation for this option. And in this case, it says, well, this is a bit of a long shot option, right? There's some possibility of success here, but we expect it to fail. So what is that bit of a long shot thing doing there, right? That's starting to get at choice poetics. It's starting to say, this is how the player might feel about this option. What Dewey's is reasoning about here is really player expectations, right? Stanley Parable is a great game that really runs on expectations rather than outcomes of any of the choices you make. And so this idea of what does the player expect when they see a bunch of options is sort of a very low-level part of choice poetics, right? I talked about regret earlier. That's sort of more complex. But in order to have regret and for a system to reason about that, it first needs to know, hey, does the player expect this option to turn out well or poorly? So we can go back to our original diagram and say, okay, forget about the outcomes for now. We're not worried about those yet. But each option now is going to have little sort of benefits or drawbacks that we can reason about. And to take it one step further, we're going to actually reason about multiple player goals, and each player goal is going to have some relation to each of the options, right? So you can have a goal to save the merchants and a goal to preserve your health, and those are going to have different relationships with the different options. So what are the goals? Well, there's sort of several authored goals in the system. One of them is preserve health. So preserve health has a target. You're trying to preserve the health of a particular character. And this is just sort of English language versions of the formal rules of the system for the preserve health goal. And it's really simple. If the target is injured or killed, you've failed. There's no way to succeed at this goal, actually. And the goal is always high stakes, right? So you're always trying to preserve your health. You can never sort of be done with that. And then there's another part of the system that actually says, which this is me, the author, sort of making an informed guess, that the player will always want to preserve the health of the main character, right? This will always be a relevant goal for the player. So, given a goal, we can start talking about expectations, and we already saw some of them. So there's 4 different types of expectations that the system reasons about. The 2 sort of minor expectations of enables or threatens, which are talking about there's some possibility that a state of the world resulting from this action will either succeed or fail at a particular goal. And then achieves or fails are the sort of strong expectations of there's some likely state of the world based on the configuration of skills and tools that will either succeed or fail at goals. So going back to these predicates we just saw, here we see enables, threatens, and fails, right? And so those are the systems encoding of those expectations for this particular option. So what is the formal definition now of long shot? Well, a long shot option has to fail at least one goal. It has to enable at least one goal, right? If it just is purely negative, we have a different sort of category for that. But it doesn't achieve any goals, right? That's another category, maybe an option that seems like a trade-off between one goal and another. And then there's this constraint that the goal it enables is in higher stakes than the goal it fails. The stakes are there so we can reason about goals at sort of different levels of importance, right? Preserving your health is more important than having a meaningful conversation. So now that we have ways to describe an individual option as a long shot or maybe a safe option, we can start talking about choice structures of the entire choice, look at all the options, how is each option going to appeal to the player, and then group those together and say, hey, this choice is obvious, right, because it has one good option and a bunch of bad options. And I've highlighted the first three here because in an upcoming publication at AID, I actually have a study where I sort of validated these to some extent, showed a bunch of choices to people, and got some data that showed that, yes, people generally do perceive the obvious choices as obvious, with, of course, some caveats. But there's sort of a bunch more different choice structures that the system knows about. And, of course, these names, since they're not validated, may just be my wishful thinking of how the choice structures play out. So, honing in on obvious choices. The obvious choice has exactly one hopeful or safe option. And hopeful and safe, I haven't described them in detail, but basically there are options where you expect to achieve some goal. A safe option, there's no expectation that it's even possible to fail any goal. And a hopeful one is where you expect to achieve a goal, but you might also believe that there's a chance of failing some goal. And then besides that one option, no other option is allowed to have an achieved expectation, right? So no other option is allowed to have a strong expectation that will achieve any goal. And then finally, every option must have some relevance, so we can't stick options in there that are just completely irrelevant to all our goals, right? And so the idea is here that this set of logical predicates, which I've translated into English, will be sufficient to produce obvious choices all the time, right? And you can imagine that this is not only a statement within the system, but in some ways it's also a statement of choice poetics theory, right? This is a theoretical statement saying that if you meet these conditions, then the choice will be obvious. So here's our example choice again. And as you can all clearly tell, this is an obvious choice, right? And the right option is to travel on. Now, maybe some of you don't quite agree with that. And the reason is that this is an option which sort of I generated to be an obvious option. This is actually one of the options from the study I ran. And then people who looked at it in various ways indicated it was not at all obvious. And so this is really where we get into this critical technical practice, right? We developed a system that has a formal encoding of something. That formal encoding has failed us, right? Now, how can the failure inform our theory? So one of the ways we could say is, well, maybe it's something about the conflicting goals here that makes obviousness complicated, right? So at this choice, we sort of have two goals in mind. One of them might be save these merchants who are being threatened. Another one might be preserve our own health, right? And so in our, sort of logical formal definition of an obvious choice, we don't have anything talking about conflicting goals or the fact that we might have, a hopeful or safe option, but also a risky option which has a chance of achieving a really important goal, right? And we could go one step further and say, hey, maybe what we're missing is a model of ethics or morality, right, that there's this idea that even if you expect to fail, maybe saving the merchants or trying to is the right thing to do, right? So these are ways in which the failure of this particular generation, this particular choice that was generated, can push back on our theory that we thought was simple and clean, and we'll have to say, well, no, actually, we have to make some amendments. There's also a bug in the system, if you actually look at the predicates it generates, which is that traveling onwards, in the system's perspective, makes options go away, right? When you travel onwards, the system says, okay, clean up that old scene, let's set up a new scene, generate new things. And to the system, it says, oh, well, you know, you got rid of the bandits and the merchant because you left them behind. Well, that problem is no longer a problem. Great. But the cool thing is, even though there was a bug, which we can now fix because, you know, we showed this to people, we saw the output, we delved into it, there was also some feedback that we got that informed our theory. And so that brings us back to this idea of critical technical practice, that developing the system forced me to be specific about what an obvious choice was, right? I couldn't just write some English and say, yeah, you all understand what an obvious choice was. I had to write logical predicates that would operate in this formal model. When it breaks, as it did, it points back to your theory, right? It's not a neural network or a machine learning algorithm, which, I mean, I love those, don't get me wrong. But if you had a neural network on the inside here, you would be hard-pressed to take a bad example and decide what was it about your theory that was wrong, or how to amend the theory to make up for that. And in this case, even when there's also a bug, we still get some information about the theory. And then basically both the system and the theory benefit from this. So that's my talk.
Questions? I really love this one. When you were making this hierarchy of possible outcomes, it sounded like it was sort of certain, likely, possible, never. Is that roughly?
So there's only two levels. There's the possible outcomes and the likely outcomes.
Okay.
And then if there isn't any outcome that relates to a particular state that's related to a goal, then that outcome would be irrelevant to that. Yeah.
Is that probabilistic reasoning? Is that how does that?
Yeah.
The thing that I'm most excited about this talk is that reasoning is happening.
So the cheating thing here is there is no reasoning, right? We have this idea that by telling the player these things, the player has some expectation that they won't succeed, right? And then in another part of the system, we have a constraint saying, if the outcome of this attack is something unexpected, that's bad. Maybe don't allow that at all, or maybe only allow it in certain situations, right? But there's no probability under the hood. The system is making a decision before the player even sees the first node in the story about what all the options are and what their outcomes are. So the system is actually making that decision. It's sort of intentionally saying, okay, now that I've set up this expectation, I have two options, either fulfill it or break it. And it's going to intentionally choose one of those options. I'll let you.
Right. I find this interesting because you seem to be treating the players as sort of an agent almost. Well, it makes sense because they can interact. But to me, one of the fundamental modes of engagement is story-driven. So you're not trying to be true to the world or true to even the character per se, but you just want the most interesting story.
Right.
And moving on is boring. And so that could be maybe factoring. I mean, do you think that the narrative, the sort of meta-narrative going on here of choosing what you think will be interesting is a big point? Or
Yeah, so that's something that, I mean, I talk a lot about modes of engagement and how important they were,
right.
But then I didn't really test out the system yet, right? Okay. The system is basically assuming players will mostly be interacting in an avatar play style, right? And it's encouraging that by using, you know, the second person mode of address and stuff like that. But you're right, it would be really interesting to take the system and say, I mean, the most interesting thing I think would be to have some early choices which were intentionally phrase in ways such that people with different modes of engagement would make different choices, but not make that explicit. And then use that information to construct later choices that actually took that into account.
That'd be very cool.
That was literally my question. Like the DMT sort of like chaotic neutral.
Yeah.
I really like this talk a lot too. Another thing, sort of building off what they're just saying, was it seems to me like a lot of how the player is responding to this is to do, especially that the framing is actually part of the option where it says, you have skill such and such. Like, I can imagine somebody having a very different response to this list of options if they didn't know, oh, you have no relevant skills about talking the bandits down.
Right.
So how much you're exposing about the possibilities is going to affect how people react. And then that sort of got me to thinking about if we were trying to shape how players with an analytical approach, an analytical mode of engagement, might address these options, then you might want to frame them in a different way by saying, for instance, this is going to lead to a node you haven't seen yet. Right? And so it seems like there's quite a lot of room to explore how exactly you're phrasing those options. I mean, you already got at that a little bit, but I think there's a big room.
Well, and this phrasing is another way in which I'm sort of cheating, right? I started off saying, okay, well, we have actions, and we'll just let the system put actions there and let the player kind of try to figure it out. But then I realized the player has no basis based on just the actions for judging, what is going to be successful or not.
Right.
And so I've sort of given the player not just a little basis, but a lot basis, because I want to be able to control the reaction.
Yeah. But I mean, a lot of sort of conventional IF design is about exactly how much you leak to the player about where this is going.
Right.
So, yeah.
Great. Let's thank Pete. Nice session. Now we have a coffee break. Please turn back quickly. Okay, now I have
Just because of that very technical file structure, right? That's a good point. I'll look at my own directory that's a good idea. I actually want to do another thing too, which you probably didn't notice, is for kind of the titles on the tab, some of them are weird. Here, for example, this is different formatting. They just grab the template. I can fix all these. Just I think that's and then I'll put a target title. It comes from here. Yes, it is. It comes in this HTML tag here. And if you don't put, instead of, you can have a title tag that says what you want to show up there.
And you say
there's some default thing that's embedded somewhere. They're different. All of them, they're all different.
Yeah, right.
The developing, I think, seems to be something
one of you guys
gets
tweeted.
rid of.
Yeah, I saw the Republicans and I'm like, that's snuck in there. Yeah.
Or they
I think that slide went together very, very late last night.
That title,
and I looked at it and I thought,
right, yeah.
Actually, when I looked at it, I thought,
and some of them say better
you meant to do that, it's quite cool.
It
It looks good.
It's a low card.
Yeah, I think it was deliberate. Very
The other
enjoyable.
thing was deliberate.
Well, I wish we could have chatted more. I actually was about to head out. And it's
They're all like we can go look here. It also messed up. I used to have a new tab paper sheet still
and I'm at American University.
Wordsmith took WordPress took all those things, so now they all go to tabs. And you come back to a strange device.
I think so. It depends on travel stuff a little bit because I hear it's going to be back in Europe. So
Because you're
yeah, I was really hope that I can come.
Oh, you
Not next year.
Yeah, it's a low. Let's see if we go.
Get involved in project, I might take that.
Please do.
I've never made a game before, but I've got.
You don't need to. So for my jam last year, I didn't do everything.
I
didn't embroider anything.
And I did a palette generator. So
I don't know where that.
It's fine.
Because if it's,
I think it's pulling it out of the.
I'm quite sure is it happening offline or online?
It happens online
But you
on
can
Twitter.
overwrite it
There's a
with
local
the
site.
information.
Last year it was at Goldsmiths because that's what it was.
Yeah.
I
They
did
hosted talks.
Yeah, and then
It's really low. Anyways,
there's like
that's
little
good.
local places
I'll,
like UC Santa Cruz is going to have a group that participates. I'm going to try to get one in American.
Yeah, my students at Northeastern did it as part of their class assignment, so there was a group together there.
I think that got mentioned, didn't it?
Yeah.
And he's just said on the street he's back.
Oh, good. Oh, I missed
All
it.
is fine. I was on the street rather than on Twitter.
Yeah.
So he needs to get he's got his thesis defense
On Monday. I know.
Yes, I will. I'm sure he'll be fantastic. They'll probably be like, "Yep, good job, no revisions. Go forth and do your stuff."
And especially since he already has a postdoc with his advisor.
I know.
Thank you.
When you start your postdoc before
you're actually done, yeah.
Yeah,
Usually
you're okay. Although actually that didn't work out so well for me.
Oh no!
But yeah, that's the best one.
It's a terrible poem.
I think I made it good.
I thought your reading
Your
was
reading
very
was outstanding.
emotional.
Your reading was outstanding.
I think you did the best you possibly could.
But-
With the
but-
source material available.
It's really good.
That was amusing actually. I was
Yeah.
standing there about to read out. I just realised the street
Great.
makes it
Good.
And then he flies out tomorrow.
I nearly caused.
Well, that's good news. I was optimistic after we dropped it back.
No, it sounds like
It was very close. I was trying not to catch eye contact. I was like, dropping the cow.
It could have been
Really point at you two. Because,
And I probably if he never went, it would have got ugly.
Yeah.
He was really
like, what just happened? What just happened?
Sometimes people come out of that stuff, but dehydration, I guess they don't want to.
Yeah, if you can't hydrate yourself, then
Right.
that's really bad.
It's good. I'm glad to hear that.
Yeah, well, thank you again for dealing with it. Thank you for taking my second conference. I need to head out.
Okay, well, thanks for coming.
Yeah.
I hope so. If not the next one, maybe the one after. I'm looking at like travel budgets.
Yeah, I mean, it's tricky. But man, Europe is a great place.
Yeah, no, it's true. Paris is fantastic.
So, anyways, thanks for coming.
Yeah, thank you for hosting. It was really nice to see you again.
Yeah.
What other kind of conferences do you go to?
I go to AI conferences, like Triple AI, ICCCI, machine learning conferences. Smattering of other types of things. Yeah, when I have a paper that it's a little bit weird and doesn't fit somewhere. But those are the main ones.
Alright, yeah, I've mostly been going to like HCI and games conferences. I've been wondering why I haven't seen you at other places.
I've thought about submitting to HCI a few times, and I've never done it, and I probably should. I have the right thing, right?
Yeah, it's going to be the right thing. I was thinking about trying to submit something to Triple AI this year. So.
I think we're going to try to submit a couple. I'm sending a speech to HCI here this month, and we submit it to them, so I go there sometime. CNC.
Yeah, CNC is great. It's a shame it's every other year.
Yeah, it's kind of a pain.
Yeah.
Each guy does the same thing.
Yeah,
saying human evaluations are always
I like Triple AI.
you
know, the things they do with symposium. I do that sometimes. I might try to go to Aid. I've been to Aid before once. I might try to go this year.
Yeah, it's the best place this year, and it's close to you.
Right.
Yeah.
Those are all things. Yeah, I would just send it to some students today because we have a half-day paper that might be able to shine up and send it out.
Yeah. Oh yeah, and the exact deadline I think just got extended out to
he said it was
July 12th.
That
So.
cheered me up a little bit.
Yeah, that cheered me up a whole lot.
It's still not very far away.
It's not, but I have a 5-hour flight back home.
I'm not actually a big fan of your poetry. I mean, it's good.
Yeah, I always have big intentions on it, like that.
Yeah, that's something yeah, I'm just like, I'm exhausted.
Yeah.
Emotionally
Have a safe trip.
Yeah, thank you. And hopefully I'll see you at something sooner than like 4 years from now.
Exactly right.
All right, see you.
I can't. Sorry. You can ask me. Like, you can ask me. That's it. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, it's challenging intellectual. And that's true of every school. It was really delightful to meet you both.
Really, really nice to meet you.
And I'm in Boston because
I was probably
you know, that's fair, actually. I was trying to avoid it, except for those months as well.
Yeah. And so last time I was there was for weddings in October.
I can't believe you didn't want to come in February. It was so everything was quiet.
Yeah.
Peaceful.
Well,
and you're like 4 feet.
So the period, our last February, I mean, you had infinite snow. Our last February, we had the high of the month was -7 and the low of the month was -35. That's Celsius, but that's still super cold.
You know that? No, like Celsius and Fahrenheit cross over.
At -40. Yes, they do. Yes, they do. Getting close. It's -51 Fahrenheit. It's brutal. So yeah. But yeah, I mean, it's exactly. I mean, I would love to visit sometime.
Yeah, please let me know if you're ever down in Boston. I'll go have some rock and roll.
My shuttle is in.
No, well, my family is from the northern. So I like that. I'm still so well. He's out. Well, he's not teaching. It's fine. No worries. No, he's not. I'm private.
I think it up the end.
I've seen so many conversations happening.
Yeah.
I
keep trying to like. I get on Twitter for conferences, and I always tell myself I don't want it.
And then unless I'm really happy, I drive.
So unless I need to contact the doctor. Yeah.
One place I was almost
But yeah, I'm gonna
probably half of the faculty there, like half of them live even further
to be able to fully be on Twitter.
and the other half it just sounded like such a
Yeah. I don't know Yeah. I mean, there are so much. Yeah, there's been interesting conversations about this.
that sounds like a lot.
I think like the altar sounds.
Too bad. They actually have a lot of time.
Yeah.
I know. That is true, but
Alright, I'm gonna check in with a few other people, but it was wonderful to meet you guys. Yeah, safe travels back home.
you as well.
You have quite a hefty flight yourself.
Like 4 hours and then a slow layover and then 1 hour. And then just 4 hours. Yeah, we're flying back to the same city, and then I get to go home, and I get to fly home. So.
And I have 2.5 followed by 2.
It's like Salt Lake City is weirdly not terrible.
Yeah.
I just like that statement. No, I mean, it feels like it should be like super far away.
Oh, because we're actually not as far west as you thought. Yeah.
Like for San Francisco.
Nevada is so huge.
Yeah, like San Francisco, it takes me 6 hours to fly to it from Boston.
Right.
So it feels weird that somehow this.
Hello. Nevada is super huge.
Alright. I'm gonna say hello and goodbye very quickly because I'm about to head out.
Yeah, I was just gonna come and handle my card.
Oh yes, please do. I'm was stupid and lame and didn't bring any with me. So that means I can email you.
Yeah, exactly. So we can start thinking about the meeting.
Yes, absolutely. I would love to chat with you about that. All right. Well, it was really nice to meet you.
Otherwise, like if you have assuming that yeah, you put it down. Like I've shown this shit. That's how but I think we can do this right
Frank, and he knows about your right now. I'm going to tell him. Okay. Frank, we will have a twist here, something different here in my presentation, because I'm presenting a paper which is not mine.
Yeah.
So the authors are in video conference.
Okay.
I will not show them during my presentation, but when we will have the question and answer, I will open them here and they will interact with the class.
Okay. So 25 minutes presentation, 5 minutes.
Then 5 minutes.
And I know you would like to think about that. I was waiting to celebrate to find out how long I
we were all told by the
Right. So if you don't, that's yourself. So that's pretty much right.
and then there,
I'm just concerned that you have the information. So the thing is, what I want is very present. So the only issue for me was whether it was an hour or less than an hour. So if it's 45 minutes, then obviously there's less hours there. So
My barriers too precious.
What I didn't want to do is an abstract of hours and stuff, and then not be able to give it to somebody. So what I'll do is I'll promise but I'll give you enough road and then stuff in
We have to choose that.
Oh, right.
I don't know. Not right now. I don't know if I don't see a light. I see there's never a light. Is there a second house now?
You will have to put down.
That's a surprisingly a friend of mine who regretted the dog and he was keeping a couple of I never he was in a much better place. really spoiled that.
He was still really well.
He did. I really know. And he was brilliant, brilliant guy. And then he got fired like 10 minutes later. There's part of it that he did. Like, and this is and I talked about this, and I'm always like, I miss her every time. I miss his food. This is really fun. Actually, when is your bus? When is your show?
So I'm GMX.
Oh,
so there's a group of us going down. We wanted to quickly stop.
Oh, you're with the same group with Anna and Julia. No, my show was okay. Getting ready for that. Really lovely meeting you. Very good.
Oh, I know, and I'll tell them that something else. There's one person in I do. I need to take off for the airport. But it's good to see you.
So wonderful to see you. Please send a big hug to Anne and to Natalie.
I will do so. And I'll be sending you a draft after I get back between the 20th and the 30th. I'll send you a draft, which will go before you go on vacation too. So we'll just get that done, get that sent off, get some travel money. All right.
And please seriously think about the plan of driving towards the south in Mexico.
Okay.
I think that could be a nice trip, and if you drive this whole trip to be
right.
So
That sounds very nice. Okay. It sounds very nice. All right. Safe travels back.
Thank you.
Yeah. I know. That's in my other one.
Sure. Give me your email address.
We're hopefully going to have
Oh yeah, you're 11:10. The other one is 8:45 and 10.
Alright, and so then it's
I know that King actually wants to get this topic, so it might
so there's a lot of content offering in the system that I'm doing. But I have also experimented with some other projects that are more automated. So,
it's only now. No, she wants to visit to yeah, okay, well, I'll tell us close to the other one.
That would be an option. So what do you want to do? You want to just book it now? You want to book it I'm happy to okay, what time will you say you're on leave? How long is it? Wasn't that long, was it?
Not waste more time.
Airports. Is 43 minutes.
43?
But it could be traffic, so an hour would be reasonable.
You could also get a 45 as well.
I'm quite happy and I'm quite... Okay. If I'm going to go waiting anyway, it doesn't matter if I'm waiting 2 hours.
Okay, so 8:30 would be fine for you. Okay, we can either go through the hotel reserves or Rafael gave me a contact card from another shuttle that seems to be a bit cheaper. I don't care.
Because it's far more expensive. It's not going to play the budget.
Okay. Good.
Should we book it in a bed?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Could you do that? Because you were using a credit card all the time, and I didn't. And my bank charges me enormous fees on my credit card.
Yeah. Okay. Let's do it. 8:30.
That's the only reason. So
8:30. 8:30. Right, that's it. That's fine.
Yeah, it's the attitude and not the alcohol. That is the
has it to the side and like what's the appropriate thing to have on it. So it's doing that
oh yeah, based so hopefully you're coming to the place I was It's a pretty disturbing concept.
We get started, please.
So can I just put the thought in your head so that hopefully if I forget it, you'll have it later. But we have to do it ourselves.
Because even if there's not a way to put things together, it would still be a success. But if there is
Okay, welcome to the last presentation section. It's a language 2. The text is the title. The first talk is a paper by Diego Costa, Hugo Conchalvo, Oliveira, Alexandre Miguel Pinto, but they're not physically here. Alexandre is, but, I'm sorry, Amilcar is, and he will present the presentation. But I've been told that they are interconnected to us through a video link, and they will be able to answer questions if you have questions about the presentation. The title of the talk is, In Reality There are as many religions as there are papers. First steps towards the generation of internet memes. Please.
Good morning, everybody. Again, yes, this is not my paper. I'm just presenting it because they could not come, the authors, but they are present here, not only with their souls, but mostly by video conference. So they are listening to us, and at the end they will appear here if everything goes as we expect. So, in reality, there are as many religions as there are papers. This looks like a position paper. You will understand the meaning of this. But first, an outline. There is an introduction. Then I will present you the method. Then the implementation, the tools they have used. I'll present the humor classifier and the ranking function that are used in the system. Then some results and some conclusions. Well, meme. Well, the term was coined by Richard Dawkins some years ago. It means an idea, behavior, or style that spreads from person to person within a culture. But in this work, we are referring to meme as the concept spread it out in internet, which is a restricted version of this. It is something that uses, it is a current trend in internet. We are always seeing them, and are composed by a reusable combination of text and graphics with more or less sense of humor. For instance, one does not simply be productive on Sunday. This is an example of things that you can find. Or, what I if told you, you read the top line wrong. The acceptance rate is too bad. Well, the goal of this work is to, these are more examples, is to generate this kind of memes. The work focuses on public figures, on the persons that everybody knows, and we try to explore trendy things that happen in internet that refer to the person and then produce this kind of memes automatically. We kind of follow a very old theory of humor that comes from the times of Plato and Aristotle, where we can say that our laughter expresses feelings of superiority over other people or over a formal state of ourselves. So we are really trying to expose the person by showing something that the person does not like. Well, anyway, this work has also connections with many other works that I'm not going to explain here, but fortunately we have already lots of previous works on humor in this community, and not also. This is the general scheme. There is a character name, some person, and with this name we pick an image of the person from Google and keep it. Then we go to Wikipedia and we extract, if it is a known person, it should be in Wikipedia. So we extract the abstract about that person, which gives us, say, the official description or what the person is proud of. So we use this text. Then we use the same name of the person to go to Twitter and extract tweets about the person, where the person is referred. We also go to the wiki quote and extract one quote. It doesn't have to be related at all. Then, from the tweets, we filter nouns that occur in the tweets. These nouns are mixed somehow with the quotes. I will explain you how, and we generate replacements, possible replacements for the quotes using these nouns. So we get a list of possible changes of the quotes using nouns that refer to the person currently in internet, in Twitter. Then we apply a ranking function that considers what is in the abstract, trying to find from these substitutions, or trying to give preference to substitutions that use nouns that do not, nouns that occur here, but do not occur in the abstract. We think that, at least in some situations, it is likely that we can pick nouns that refer to things that the person is not proud of, because they are not in the abstract. Well, but you use a ranking function that uses that and other stuff that I will explain that. This ranking function will select the best quote, and the best quote is superimposed over the image, and it's done. So this is the general strategy. An example, Mahatma Gandhi said, in reality there are as many religions as there are individuals. If we look on Twitter for references to Diogo Costa, the first author of the paper, we can find paper, meme, presentation, creativity, computer. Things that refer to the last times to Diogo Costa. So we can select, for instance, paper and transform the first to, in reality, there are as many reviews as there are papers, and here is the title of this. Okay? So it's an example of how this system generates quotes. We are using quotes from Wikiquote, from Mahatma Gandhi, Aristotle, and Confucius, because they are generic enough, so they are amenable for this kind of transformations. No longer than 15 words, we want short sentences to be presented. The tools that are being used, Wikipedia, to extract nouns associated with famous people. We are using the Portuguese Wikipedia because this is producing memes in Portuguese. We retrieve the tweets mentioning the name of the selected characters using Twitter 4G. We have toolkits that are being used to manipulate the sentences. So have a tokenizer, a part of speech tagging, and lemmatizer. So these are tools that are already available. LabXLex to reflect for a morphological lexicon, and also a humor classifier that was developed within this project. The classifier was developed with the Mallet toolkit with a positive data set of Portuguese jokes in the Bible of jokes. It's a good source for this kind of things. Or the Sacred Book of Dry Jokes. It's another source. We got 790 examples. So these are positive examples. We want this classifier to distinguish, to be able to classify some sentence as being humorous or not. So we got these positive examples, and then we got also a negative data set to train the classifier. We extracted the random sentences from Portuguese Wikipedia. We looked for Portuguese corpora produced by this project. We selected always a maximum of 25 words in each sentence to use the classifier. The training maximum entropy algorithm with a 10-fold cross-validation. The accuracy was quite good, almost 100%, 99.8. The training was made using 80% of positive examples and 80% of negative for training and 20% of both for testing. The F1 for negative examples was quite high. For positive, not much. So this is not working very well, so we cannot trust a lot on this classifier. The recall is 50%. So there are problems with this classifier. There is an obvious origin, an obvious possible explanation is that most of the examples are negative. Also, the type of humor is different from our target. We are speaking about jokes, not about small sentences to use in memos. And there's a missing of general and contextual knowledge at all. So it kind of gives us some indication, but we cannot trust a lot. So we have to use other sources to in the system. So the ranking function uses the result of the classifier, but then uses other criteria trying to improve the quality of the selection of the ranking. One of the criteria that is being used, the word frequency, means it's the ratio between the number of tweets where the top noun occurs, the noun that we are working on, over the number of retrieved tweets. So it's kind of the frequency that where the word occurs in the memes, in the tweets. And also, the third one gives preference to nouns that are in the Twitter but are not in the Wikipedia abstract. Those nouns that possibly the person will not probably. So it is a combination of this. In the version that is presented here, these were the parameters used. So there is a prevalence of the classifier, but more recently, in more recent tests, this number has gone more down, and we are gather experiences. But let's look at an example. You know the lady. There is this event. This is an example of the system working. Recently, about March or so, this is March, Madonna fell down on stage during the live performance. So what happened with this system? What did it do? Given this famous quote, keep your thoughts positive because your thoughts become your words, the system is able to make this kind of joke. Keep your thoughts positive because your thoughts become your thoughts. Okay? It's the kind of joke that comes from here. Then a survey was made with a series of memes produced with 41 subjects, 3 questions and 5 memes for each subject using the Likert scale. The first question was, the text is synthetically and semantically coherent. So does it follow grammar rules and make sense? This is one of the questions. The other one, there is coherence in the combination of text, image, and the current time, what is going on in the news, what the people knows about what is happening. And the third question, the combination of text and image produces a humorous effect. So basically, did you smile with this? The results are fairly positive. For the first question, almost half of the persons, but definitely the majority of the persons agreed that the grammar rules were okay and that the text was coherent. Most of the persons consider the combination of text, image, and current situation as making sense. And finally, regarding humor, things were not so okay. There is a more detailed example. This is one of the Portuguese ministers. It's a right-wing minister. And maybe you know, but in Portugal we have a serious crisis. So the character is Paulo Portas, the Portuguese deputy prime minister. And in Wikipedia we find words like lawyer, journalist, conservative, deputy prime minister, architect, economist, brother, leader, businessman. Some of the words, the nouns that occur in the abstract. The top five nouns in Twitters about the person was march, trajectory, change, depth, and a spurious occurrence of something that was not a noun, some error. The context. He had been talking to the media about the downward trend of the Portuguese public debt, which should start on March. That's why these words were occurring in the Twitter. So the system took this quote. If we cannot understand life, how can we understand death? And the generic quote was, if we cannot understand life, how can we understand the debt? And this is in Portuguese, the resulting. This in particular got good classification by the subjects regarding humor. That's why it is here. Other examples produced by the system about Yanis Varoufakis. This was in a time where the newspaper was telling that he was not following the recommendations of the government somehow. So it did produce this. In the pursuit of virtue, do not fear overcoming your government. Or Vladimir Putin. In all things, success depends on the previous intervention. Two more examples. This is a former prime minister in Portugal who is in jail. Who knows why? My life is my jail. It was very simple, this. Or this lady again, hope is a waking tumble. So you see the kind of jokes that come from this. So these are just first steps. You understand the classifier is not okay. There are many things to correct. But the system now is already online. It is a bot that produces these memes automatically, regularly. It is a first step, but the Twitter is the bot is running with a new ranking function with different weights and more positive features, considering slang, ambiguity, words in the original quote that by accident are also in Wikipedia. This may be a good clue to improve, to produce more humorous result. And in the future, the idea is to use more quotes, keep improving the ranking function. And why not rely on favored and retweets to adapt the weights? So have some learning mechanism that analyzes how it is being successful in retweeting. And this is the bot scheme, which is basically the other one, except that it is a timing situation. It tries each hour to produce something, and so on. Well, two final examples. This is from Nigel Farage. Strength does not come from the physical capacity, but from indomitable production. Or the nowadays very famous coach in Portugal, maybe more famous than Mourinho, because he won the championship and he changed club. He won it by Benfica and then was hired by Sporting, which is an old rival. So this was produced in that context. In the pursuit of virtue, do not fear overcoming your club. And thank you, we name of them. And now, let's put them online. Just a moment. I think we are not having the video image, just the photo. Are you listening to us?
Yes.
Okay.
I
We are
am.
present.
I think
there's no video.
I'm not. Okay.
Okay,
Yeah,
there's a video now.
Let me
Now we have video.
Okay. Hi.
Okay.
Hello.
Hello there. So
other questions?
No, it's there.
No, there it is.
Okay, so questions, please. I ask you
Hi,
to
everyone.
question loud because the microphone is here. Okay.
So, some of the best jokes seem to have particular combinations of words with the noun, right? So like indomitable election is funny because the idea of those two, it's not just the fact that you've associated the concept of election with the person and the phrase, but that it turned out that the words matched up. Would you consider doing some sort of analysis, throwing that into your weighting, where it actually looks at the individual phrases that result from the substitution of the noun?
Did you listen to the question?
Sort of.
Okay, I can be louder and simpler.
Yes.
Do you think it would be interesting to add a weighting function that looked at the individual phrases that resulted after the substitution of the noun?
Did you listen? You are not listening.
He's typing.
I just need to.
Not listening?
He's typing.
He's typing.
I'm listening, but Hugo has the mic turned off.
Hugo, turn on the microphone. Hello.
Hey.
Oh, nice.
Yes, now we are. This one's for you.
Okay. Nice. Okay, I'm not sure if I understood the question because I only heard bits of it. But if the question is if we by any means consider some other parts of the quote that might be by accident related to the character, is this the question or not really?
Not exactly.
It was more about making an analysis, some kind of analysis of the relation of the new word with the word that you are substituting.
Yeah.
More on that direction.
I think we have to turn off the video. There's not enough bandwidth.
Okay, turn off the video.
Okay, so sorry, can you repeat?
Sure. It seemed like some of the funniest things were produced because there was when you made the noun substitution, the words around the noun turned into a phrase that was an interesting concept. Right? The election was not just an election, but it was an indomitable election, which is one might even say creative combination. Would you consider some part of the algorithm after the substitution has been chosen, considering the local context of the substituted word?
Yeah, that's what I was trying to answer. In the current ranking function that we are using now, we also consider, we also have a weight for other words in the sentence that we know are connected to the person, either because they are in the top words, in the top nouns from Twitter, or because they are in the abstract of the character. So far, that's what we do, and it improves a little bit on that part.
Okay, there was a question.
You said that you were designing your algorithm to look for words that represented something that the person wasn't proud of. But the example that you gave for yourselves, the word you chose was papers. So I'm just wondering if there was if you measured like how many of the words that were chosen actually referred to something that the person might not be proud of?
Well, let me add that part of the product was my interpretation, because you are right. Some of the examples are not regarding that. But there is some probability that happens. But do you want to add something, Google or Alexandre?
Can you repeat, Amilcar, repeat the question, please, because we could not.
I told you in the presentation that it was likely that some of the words selected from the Twitter, when they are not in the abstract, extracted from Wikipedia, may be nouns of things that the person is not proud of. Maybe. And however, there is an example. Diogo Costa might be proud of the papers, but the papers appear anyway. So it's not
Wait.
just...
We have to clarify something. That's a made-up example just to show how we came up with the title of the paper and at the same time explain the algorithm. That one is a completely made-up example, okay?
So the majority of the memes you made actually were about something that the person wasn't proud of? Or did you measure that directly?
Sorry, I cannot.
Is it true that most of the words that appear at the end, substituting the previous ones, refer to things that people are not proud of?
Most of them might be, yeah. Most of them are things that everybody says about those people. And when we say everybody, it's any person can say it. So it's common sense opinion and not the journalistic, let's say, opinion, and not something that the people would call themselves, more or less.
They are the most recent nouns that appear on tweets about that person. So they could be any nouns about that person.
I think that at least they refer to events that are not very good for the person.
Yes, they are recent events, so because they are drawn from recent tweets, and usually people tweet when they tweet about somebody. Usually it's not for the best reasons.
And they don't think before tweeting, or they don't think that much before tweeting, so they say pretty much everything.
Okay, because of time, there may be one question. No? I have one last question. Is there a translation of the Sacred Book of Dry Jokes?
Is there any
Hugo.
translation of the Sacred Book of Dry Jokes?
I don't think so.
No. Okay, thank you very much for this presentation. Then our next speaker.
Thank you. And then thank you for letting us do this.
Yes, thank you.
Nice end of conference.
Okay. So our next presentation will be by Bertie Chris Martin, Rumbam Tobing, and Ruli Manuro. And Ruli will be presenting. And the title is A Chart Generation System for Topical Metrical Poetry.
Okay, so this is a system description paper. So we'll go into a bit of detail, but being at the end of the whole conference, I feel there's quite a bit of previous points from other talks, specifically on poetry, that I want to maybe comment on. And I have a lot of fairly dense slides, so let's see how I do for time here. So this is work from my co-author, Bertie Chris Martin Lumban Tobing, that's one name, he's a master's student, on chart generation for topical metrical poetry. So I really liked Caroline's talk on the first day. Hang on. Here we go. Yeah. So I feel like we have to start off with this question about, so what poetry am I trying to generate here? And I really like the talk where she sort of put up these different types of, or different categories of poems, which were like the good ones and the bad ones. Or I think Tony suggested maybe like the naive and then the more expert generated poems. And I think this brings up the issue of genre of poetry. And Tony made a very interesting remark saying that, in a sense, it's actually even harder to generate these kinds of poems, the bad poems, because they really wear their constraints on their sleeves, and so you have to sort of do a lot of work to get it looking, scanning and rhyming and so on. Okay, and this also sort of like reflects back on what Margaret Bowden says, I think in 1990, the book, where poetry generation is easy. Okay? Why? Because readers are prepared to do all the heavy lifting in terms of interpretation. Throw a dice and you've got a poem. Okay, so I guess in a sense this is true, and there are a lot of poetry generators which, I hate to use the term, are nearly generative. But I kind of think that this sort of like claim from Bowden is a bit of an abuse of poetic license. Okay, I mean, if we want our poets to sort of like create good poems, then I think there has to be some sort of like intention or some sort of justification for what they're doing. It was very interesting seeing the earlier talk from Joe about there's this review from their colleague poet, and her reviews were very much about where is this poem going, I don't see any resolution, what is the point? So I think it was very much related to sort of like meaning and intentionality. So, okay, this is a very big claim, but I think that if we want to get our poetry generators to someday generate poems like this, then ideally they should be doing so like for a specific reason. Okay, and another thing that Tony said is that, well, maybe we should start making the bad, having the poetry generator create the bad poems first before we slowly or gradually build up to this. And I kind of agree with that. So I'm trying to build the poetry generator that this is the gold standard. Okay, so we can do that. Okay, and further down the line, then we'll consider figurative language and metaphor and all sorts of much more abstract concepts. But for now, let's talk about rhythm and rhyme and so on. Okay, so what is my gold standard? Well, at least this is a poem, right? So it's a limerick. It's the very first limerick in Edward Lear's Book of Nonsense, which is supposedly the one that popularized the form of limericks. And so you can see this very clear, so there's features such as rhyme, there's very clear features such as the number of syllables within a line, and there's the meter, or there was an old man with a beard, and so on, okay? But not just that, it's also perfectly syntactic, and well, there is meaning, okay? So one of the things about this book is that Edward Lear accompanies each poem with an illustration. So it's a bit funny saying this poem has meaning when it's inside a book called A Book of Nonsense. Okay, but I mean, that is to say that there is some sort of like concept that it's specifically trying to represent here. Okay, so how would a computer generate this type of poetry? I kind of imagine it as being sort of like all these robots in the robot comics working together in a factory, assembling a poem. So that you have your lexicon, you have your words, and you're going to stick these words inside this page. Okay? But it's not as free form as that. Some people are shouting out constraints like, add some meter, please. Well, okay. So now you have these syllables, and there's like, some have to be strongly stressed, some are weakly stressed. Some will say, hey, can you add some rhyme, please? Okay, well then, whatever syllable comes here, here, and here should rhyme. Likewise for these two. But, okay, these are kind of like the easy ones. Okay? The hard ones are grammar, please. So don't just stick words randomly. You have to have structure there. And more difficult is, of course, meaning, please. So at the end of this, there's a lot of constraints that these robots have to do before they can stick words in the right places. And I've talked about this definition of poetry of being this combination of grammaticality, meaningfulness, and poeticness. And these properties are very much interdependent and conflicting. Okay, so I think Geraint's talk yesterday was a very nice example where there's a bit of trade-off where when you modulate the frequencies, at least for one of the examples I saw, well, this is slightly less grammatical than the ones without the modulating. Okay, so this is just sort of like a description of how the poetry generation would look like, but how do we actually go about doing this? And the answer is there are many, many different ways. Many are in this room, many are unfortunately not in this room, so I mean, probably most notably Pablo couldn't be here, and Hugo was with us shortly a while ago. Have all come up with very different sort of like approaches to generating poetry. And I guess it's sort of like a spectrum where, what's this phrase that so Simon Colton uses of handing over more sort of like creative responsibility. That's right. So when you're using sort of like very strict templates or hard coding a lot of sort of like list of poetic keywords and so on, then you have a lot of creative responsibility. But there are sort of like increasing levels of sophistication in how you handle all these properties where you're handing over more of the responsibility. Okay. Okay, so my background is more in natural language processing, specifically natural language generation, and we can sort of consider poetry generation as a special instance of natural language generation. Special for many reasons, but I'm not going to talk about that now. But in natural language generation, there's this sort of like division where they like to call it like strategic generation and tactical generation, where strategic generation where you determine the content, you determine what it is you want to say, and tactical generation is more on how you want to say it. Okay? So I'm going to focus more on this tactical NLG component. So, so it should be obvious now here that I'm using a very clear syntactic formalism. This is just a context-free grammar. So imagine you have a grammar and you have a small lexicon. If you just sort of like randomly generate, then you can generate a sentence like that. Okay? But this is not NLG, because in natural language generation, you have a clear goal, a communicative goal that you want to convey. Okay? So you cannot just sort of like randomly generate a syntactic sentence. You have to sort of like convey this meaning. Okay? And if this is the goal that you're trying to convey, and these are the semantics of your words, and there's some a lot of administrative work that you have to do so that when they combine together you get the correct structure, then this sentence that we have there is not valid. Okay? Why? Because there is an X and a Y. X is the cat, Y is the dog, and X is chasing Y, so the cat is chasing the dog. Okay? And so when you say that the dog chased the cat, well, this verb phrase of chasing the cat is not what we want to generate this message, okay? Because what you want is actually the cat chasing the dog. Okay? But it doesn't stop there, because one of the main benefits of having this sort of like deep syntactic representation is that you can really increase the paraphrasing power by adding, say, you have an active form and a passive form. You can have different sort of like synonyms for words and so on. Okay? Now, specifically for poetry, we're not just asking the system to generate for specific semantics, but also for a specific meter. So, for example, like the Greek meter of a dactyl having a stressed syllable followed by 2 unstressed syllables. If you say, hey, I want you to generate this message, but I want it to be roughly dactylic, then you would have to try all sorts of different combinations. Okay? So you would generate, maybe you do a lot of backtracking, generate this and that, and eventually you get the canine was chased by the feline. Okay, for example. Okay? Now, if you scale this up, then this is very, very expensive. Okay? Because there's a lot of backtracking and so on. So in the field of NLG, apart from far from poetry, there's this idea of chart generation, which is itself was derived from chart parsing, from the understanding aspect. So imagine that we have these resources, and you want to generate this target. Okay? So basically, this is a dynamic programming solution where instead of doing the exhaustive backtracking, you sort of like do bottom up, build all the small constituents that satisfy your goal, and then so you repeat. So sort of you don't have to backtrack, and you don't do redundant computations. Okay. So you would start off saying, okay, so these are all the possible words that could convey this message. So don't read this as a sequential. This is not this is nothing syntactic here. This is just putting things up in a chart, hence the name. Then, according to this phrase structure rules, I can say, well, I can now build the dog, the cat, the canine, the feline. And with these noun phrases, I can construct verb phrases. Now, this is so this is actually the wrong way around, but this is not. So don't read this sequentially. But you're saying something is chasing the dog, something is chasing the canine. But if you try to generate something is chasing, whoops, sorry, this is the wrong example. So I meant to, oh, hang on. Yeah, I meant to link it up to here, sorry. So if it tries to generate chasing the cat, then it will sort of like reject that. And it does so with this principle of semantic subsumption. So it checks the semantics that's being conveyed by this phrase, and whether or not it's a possible candidate. Now, if you want to do it for poetry, you can also do checking whether or not your partially constructed phrase can also fit the meter. Is it dactylic or is it not? And you can reject things very early on. Yeah, so this is a nice idea, and it works very nicely for a very toy grammar and toy lexicon like this. And when I say it works, it will probably take overnight because it's a very large search space. But can we sort of like try to extend this to generate sort of like poems from more larger inputs? So I was very much inspired by Simon's poetry generator from I think 3 years ago, where the Guardian articles and used it to sort of exceed the generation of a poem. Mike Cook on the first day called this inspired randomness. I would like to say this is not inspired randomness, it's inspired content, okay? Because it's trying its very hardest to really realize what the message is and not in a random fashion. So for that we use the Stanford dependency parser, which if I'm not mistaken we've already seen a couple of days ago on Johnny's stuff, the Dr. Inventor Ross thing.
I think they use a different
Right, okay, but I mean it looked very much like the dependency parsers, but so you take all the text, so here's an example for one sentence here, you get this structure, okay? And so this is meant to now take the place of this, okay? So this is quite a big task. Now one thing to notice is that actually this is not really semantics, okay? Because the parse is still talking about syntactic dependencies, but it's abstracting away quite a lot of detail, so it's halfway towards a semantic representation, and we found that it serves as a good approximate. Okay, so if we now have the target, we have a sort of like realistic target, but now we have to build the resources. Okay, so okay, I have to. Okay, I have to speed up a bit. But just to say that, so if you take one of the examples here, the very first one here, okay, so 10 years ago, there's this relation between the word 10 being a modifier for years, okay? What do these symbols really mean, okay? Years and 10, okay? Because we want to think of this as a semantic representation, so they should be conceptual. So what we do is we look up WordNet, and WordNet has a lot of different senses for year. And okay, one problem with WordNet is that there's a lot of excessive polysemy on some structures of the network. So for example, yeah, these two senses, I guess, okay, for sort of like more common usages, we can probably collapse. But what's interesting is that then you can get different words out of it. And I really like that. I thought this must be some mistake, but 12-month is a kind of very archaic term for year, and if you're generating poetry, that's pretty nice. Right? And also for 10, again, there are a lot of irrelevant senses, like the 10 on a card game or something. Now, there's a problem here. Which one is the correct sense? Okay, so in the initial version, we just say, let's just take all the possible senses that WordNet can have, and all the possible words that realizes the senses that WordNet has, and stick this into our input. So we're really multiplying things out. So for this one particular relation, there are many possible relations that we can ask the generator to realize. So that's for the semantics end, and from the phonetic end, we use the CMU Pronouncing Dictionary, which I think a lot of people use as well. So for these words that appear in the WordNet's syntax, we look up the pronunciation, and for poetry reasons, it's very useful because you can get the meter. So 1 is strongly stressed, 0 is unstressed, or actually in other slides I'm going to use W and S, so weak and strong. And this is for your rhyme, okay? So you can compute rhymes based on the phonetic spelling. So we build up a lexicon and a grammar, and that took up a whole lot of Bertie's time. So now let's do the generation. Okay, so this is going to be I'm going to just try to go through this. Okay, so first of all, you get your article. And so let's say you have Z sentences. For each of those sentences, you pass it along to the Stanford, So you have these Z sentences that you want to realize as a poem consisting of P lines, with each P line having A syllables. Okay? Now you take one sentence here, and let's say you run it through the dependency parser, you get N clauses. For each of those N clauses, so for the first clause, there'll be L synsets, For each single synset, there will be k possible words. Yeah, I'm not going to get into the details of this. I don't have time, but the complexity is pretty big. Okay, but let's see what the output is, because that's what we really want to see, right? So we chose 3 different input articles. This is entirely Bertie's choice. The first one was, the one that you've seen already, this New York Times article about Maria Sharapova. The second one was an article about some NBA LeBron James match. I think it's from maybe last year even. And the third one is some music lyrics from Tamiya. Officially Missing You. I've never heard the song myself. I think Bertie likes it. So here's the sample human-generated output. So I'm not sure how this would do on the poetry forum. It might get savaged, okay? But that's the gold standard we're trying to achieve, okay? So what does the output look like? Oh, sorry, one more thing. So this is target semantics, but we're also providing a target form. So this is to say like strong, weak, strong, strong, weak. So 4 lines of 5 syllables and a rhyme scheme of ABAB. And we also experimented with a relaxed constraint where it doesn't have to fit the pattern as long as it gets the number of syllables right and the rhyming scheme right. Okay. So some output. So for the first one, you get ask in French surface, call her ears, check her, think word toy tennis, skid in chase, land her. Okay, I think there's some problem with the word senses being mixed up here. But one thing to notice is that it's getting the meter and the rhyme perfectly. Okay, so it's scanning perfectly. Likewise for this article, poem. And so here's a computer-generated poem. This baby tell me that I can miss you, that you should hold me, will know I miss you. I'm certain this would be savaged on a poetry forum, but for me this is great progress. Okay, so okay, so I'm just gonna very quickly. So don't forget all that. I'll just talk about the points. So several things you try to do. One is before passing Z sentences to the generator, well, why don't we run it through a text summarizer first? So there are a lot of these off-the-shelf tools. We use the Mead summarizer. So you compress that down to P sentences, where P is the number of lines you're trying to generate. So we have one line, one sentence, one input sentence for each line. So that should be nice. And this might also help with discourse coherence, okay? Because if you think 7, so the generator has nothing to say about discourse, okay? And I think this is also a big theme that has come up in several talks about global structure being a very difficult problem. So maybe one way to go about it is to like use some commercial tool, well, not commercial, some specific tools to compress that. The second idea we experimented with was word sense disambiguation. And so this is also a very common technique. So some of these vector space models that we've seen in the last few days, we computed the vectors for the WordNet sense glosses and the input sentence and as the context, and tried to see which sense would probably most approximate the input sentence context. Okay. So along the way, we're sort of like reducing the complexity, but this one is just bookkeeping, so doing a bit more efficient indexing. This was prototype using Prolog. So the fourth one was the big one where, very big because we're getting rid of the exponent there. So instead of sort of exhaustively generating all P input sentences for all P lines, how we do this in a greedy incremental fashion? So just do the first one, and that sort of like sets the tone for what the rhyme is and what's already been conveyed, and you greedily try to just maximize based on that. Okay. So this really speeds things up, but now there's a much larger probability of failure to satisfy all the constraints because there's less opportunity to explore. Okay. And so so we introduced an explicit evaluation function. I have to speed up here, but so basically the evaluation function tries to prefer subsequent lines that can maximize the rhyme, the syllable count, and the semantics being conveyed. Okay. Now we had a problem that so the output really suffers. Okay. So for example, it's not scanning, even the syllable counts are not right, and so on. And yes, the reviewers very correctly pointed out that we didn't really do a very good methodological way of doing the experiments. So So a lot more experimentation is still in progress. But in terms of speed, well, we've cut down from, say, 6 hours to generate down to 20 to 30 seconds. But there's a clear lack of opportunity to satisfy all the constraints. Okay, so very quickly, onto the discussion. I feel I have to talk about new generation because everyone's talking about it. I think the way we did these different versions says that I think it's a very flexible issue. So you can distribute the burden of the creativity across the generation component and the evaluation component. Okay, so I'm sure a lot of the models of assessing creativity have a lot to say about this. I just felt I had to say something about it. Second point is I like this idea of this latent heat effect in computational creativity, where the more you hand over creative responsibility, the worse the output gets initially, hopefully. But as we learn more and we can sort of like build more sophisticated mechanisms, then it increases. And so I think the big problem is the global structure. This is the last point of the global structure and the discourse. Now, very, very, very early initial evaluation. So Bertie generated some poems and put them up on Google Docs and asked his her fellow master's friends to evaluate. And this was not at all statistically significant, but more seemed to like the ones that used summarization as opposed to the ones that didn't. So maybe that's because we're piggybacking on the summarizer handling discourse in some way. Okay, so that's it. Thank you very much.
Okay, time for a few questions.
So, given that it's much faster, you said it was gone from 4 hours to 20 seconds or something like that, would it make sense to sort of generate a population of these things and then have them kind of fight it out to see, oh, I have a good first sentence, and well, with that first sentence, I've got a good second sentence, and you could then have another generative run using that population?
Yeah, that's something we could do. I mean, right now, the greedy algorithm kind of tries to maximize that, but okay, being greedy, of course, it's missing out on a lot of opportunities. So I think it's very much determined by what it chooses for the first sentence, because everything is then determined. So the next guy has to adapt. Okay, you've chosen that as your rhyme, you've chosen this as your content, and so on. But yeah, I mean, we could be, the fact that we've got that runtime down means we can do a lot more experimentation. Well, actually not really, even if it's 6 hours. We could do that as well, but yeah.
I really enjoyed your presentation. There are two reasons. So one is that I agree with you that computational explosion is a major problem in many of the presentations and talks that you've been hearing about. And you're right that there are several ways of dealing with it, and you have at least two ways. One is to change the balance between generation and evaluation, and the other is to use more constraints in the generation process so that you can in fact reduce its complexity. So I like both of those.
Okay, thank you.
It seems like you've got a good way of going from a semantic to a poem, and you're working on that part. But I feel like some of the input semantics you have would be really, like, if you told me to write a poem about those news articles, I would have a hard time doing that, right?
Right.
Have you thought about alternative sources for the semantic constraints?
The input, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, well, I guess, I don't know if this is like coincidental. By the way, all those outputs were uncurated. But the fact that the input from the pop songs seemed to work better, I guess, is that similar to what you were saying?
Yeah. Or even it seems like you could put a human on that end, right? Have somebody specify some semantics and then have it try to.
Right. Yeah. Although, well, we were actually trying to go away from that. So, but, yeah.
Okay. Time for one last question. Yeah.
If given a choice, which bit of complexity would you add back to which would you think had the most impact on quality?
Yeah, I think it was the last bit, like going from exhaustive to that greedy.
The big one.
Yeah. Because the others actually, some of them actually didn't affect the quality of the output at all. Like the indexing just sped things up and had the exact same output. The one that really brought down the runtime was like, okay, let's not do this exhaustively. So yeah.
Maybe a slightly less greedy approach, a beam search or something,
Yes.
where you give me a little bit. Or,
Yes,
yeah.
that's right. I just need to find another student to do that.
Okay, thanks very much. And then for our final presentation, the riddle of bot. So this is a presentation by Ivan Guerrero, Ben Verhoeven, Francesco Barbieri, Pedro Martins, and Rafael Perez. And the title is The Riddle of Bot. Actually, sounds a bit like Batman or something. Okay, The Riddle of Bot. A next step on the ladder towards creative Twitter bots.
Is there any chance I can use the sound?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay. Well, hello again. So I'm going to be talking about the Riddler bot, which is a Twitter bot that generates riddles. Briefly, I'm going to be talking about what exactly does it produces, and two brief stories about Twitter bots and about riddles as well. Also, I'm going to briefly present the model, how it works, how it's currently interacting in the Twitter world, and just a brief summary about what people think about the outputs of the system. So let me introduce you to the Riddler bot. If you're not following, I suggest you to follow. It's quite fun. And well, it's an interactive Twitter bot who creates riddles about celebrities and famous people, real and not real characters as well. And the main purpose is to be considered creative. And well, let me tell you a little bit about how this Riddler bot was born. And was just at the beginning of the year, there was organized a code camp by Prosecco in Portugal. And the idea was to make use of some available information and to start working with that, and let's see what happens. So it came the idea to generate this riddle. And one of the important things, or the main attribute that it has, is that it's capable of working with structured and non-structured knowledge as well, and I think that's an important feature. And also that it's able to evaluate. It's not only the output, but every stage of the process, it's constantly evaluating its preliminary results. And well, just a couple of words about Twitter bots. Mostly, the vast majority of the Twitter bots that are nowadays online can be grouped in something called first generation Twitter bots. And the ideas that are well-defined services are not too creative, so maybe we can call it are merely generative, but I'm not sure about that. And when we started thinking about this Riddler bot, like the first idea that came to our minds was we don't want to do a merely generative bot, but then I started thinking about a friend of mine that used to be in this place, not me. So. And I think denial is not good enough to work with this. But we started thinking, well, I'm powerless against the merge generation. So what I want to do now is to talk to my gut and start giving ideas how to go out of that place, right? And I think our gut is creativity. So we start thinking how to use creativity to avoid these merge generation things. And we found some interesting outputs from that. And I think one important aspect of creative generation is that we are always evaluating things when we are creating a lot of things. And that we also have a high creativity. Well, we also use real world data. It's not, we're just in a closed world. I think it's important to receive feedback from real world. And nowadays, I think we have a lot of different resources that we can make use. So the idea was to start using them. And well, a little theory about riddles. There are some definitions, like a riddle is a text fragment written in natural language, which has several restrictions, several constraints that can be defined in 3 different types, which are semiotic, aesthetical, and grammatical. We were particularly focused on the first, which is a semiotic constraint, and also a grammatical constraint. We are not arguing that our riddles are quite aesthetical, although they have some sense of aestheticality in it. And I think a key aspect of the riddles, or well, the definition of, given by Pepicello states that a key aspect of our riddle is that they should have some sort of ambiguity inside it. And we were particularly interested in semantic ambiguity, not just phonological, like this example. We are not pretending to use words that sound alike or different meanings. We are more particularly interested in things like this, right? Phrases which can be syntactically okay, I'm going to say that again. We are particularly interested in ambiguity with syntactic things, like phrases that can have multiple meanings with us, and we need to figure out which one is the best, or which one suits all the features. Well, now I'm going to introduce you the model that we used. Maybe it was not originally conceived like this, but I think after some reflection on the project, I think that's what pretty much are doing. And the idea is that we have 5 different modules, and each module has 3 layers each. And I mean, we really wanted to make an information retrieval process at every stage, because I mean, common systems only make information retrieval at the initial stage, and then they have made a lot of pre-processing. But what we found out is that we often, when we're being creative, we often need some additional data. So we wanted to add this at every task that we perform. And also, we were really interested in adding evaluation at every stage, right? Because sometimes we have a hard time processing, and by the end, we evaluate and we figure out that it was worthless by the beginning. So we wanted to avoid these kind of things. And well, now I'm going to be talking briefly about each of the modules that this model has. So the first is about character selection. And for that, we use several different sources. One from the most used is the knock list, which is basically an Excel file developed by John Bill and his group with a lot of information about the celebrities or characters, and it has characters names around 800 and a lot of attributes about that. But we also make use of Google News and trending topics from Twitter and Facebook as well. And the idea is to have a subset of characters available, and this is going to be used as the answer of the riddle, basically. And once we have a pre-selected set of characters, we evaluate them, and we determine which one is the one that we're going to be using. And the evaluation is basically how recently having used these characters before to generate new riddles, and also how relevant they are. And that's the reason that we use Google News and trending topics and things like that. Because maybe one of the characters has been in the news right recently, and then we thought that would be interesting to generate riddles about these guys that are in like everyday talk. Well, another thing, this is like the entire model. We have not built everything yet. Like these kind of things, right now we're only using the names, or we are definitely planning to progress on the work. And well, the second module is about feature extraction. Once that we have the character, we want to find the riddle, or we want to find information to build the riddle. And for that purpose, we use also different knowledge sources, beginning by the knock list as well, from which we obtain a subset of traits or of characteristics that we can use to define the character. But we also make use of notebooks and ConceptNet as well, and couple of things from Wikipedia. And the idea is to have more general attributes. For instance, we look for constructed and notebooks to have hyperonyms of the attributes. And in that case, we can have more abstract descriptions of our characters. And also, we use Wikipedia to obtain things like born date or death date of the characters, if such exists. And we are planning, it's not implemented yet, but we are planning to this type of information, the death date, infer or well, be used to during the verb conjugation phase. And if the character is dead, we can present that in past, or if it's currently alive, we present the riddle in present as well. And once we have a subset of these attributes, we evaluate them, and we basically evaluate two things: how interesting they are and how unique they are. And by that I mean, interesting is related to the possibility to determine which character is that. If that's enough information to guess the character, and if that information describes only one character, right? Since the goal is to present the riddle to the users and then to guess what we are talking about. We are particularly interested in defining if this unique subset of attributes can describe only one person or several persons. So we do these kind of evaluations. And we were able at this stage to build things like this. So I'll read it really quickly. So we're looking for a man who's a professional, compelling but low-faced, loves starring in Hollywood movies, wears a black MIB suit. I think you know who it is. But we still had like one extra day and one extra night, and you know, in co-camps it's not a good idea to sleep a lot, so we wanted to do something else. And we figured out that it would be a good idea to have an analogy generator phase, or an analogy generation model. And the idea is with these features, we have like first order relations between the character and the attributes. And we wanted to have higher level relationships. And for that we built an analogy repository. This was just for the project. And we keep using the knock list to obtain additional information. And one of the examples, I'm going to show you how we do this. And for instance, we have one attribute of the characters, which is the fictional world to which they belong to. And for instance, imagine that the system picks Dr. Emmett Brown. And then what we do is go to the knock list and have a subset of attributes that characterize him. And then we look for characters with similar attributes. And not only at that level. Remember, we have attributes from ConceptNet, which are hyperonyms, so we use them as well. And with that, we obtain characters which are similar to ours. And the idea is to describe our characters in terms of another character. So that's the analogy that we're doing. And using the fictional world as well. So we do things like that, like this. I'm the Walter White, what in Back to the Future. And we do something similar for another attribute like group affiliation. We are looking for expanding these things. But that's basically how the analogy generation model works. And once we have the initial subset of features and additional features describing the character from this module, also we evaluate these analogies and we see if we have used these analogies recently for previous riddles. And in such case, we get rid of them and we generate new ones. And what we do is that then this subset of features, we pass them through to the natural language generation process. And we build 4 different types of phrases using templates, basically. So we have an initial phrase, which basically has 2 different types of outputs. The first is imagining that the character is describing to himself, and the second is a third-person description. So we select one of them, and then the features extracted from the second module are used to generate clues, and the analogies are also used here. So we have templates for each type, and we have an ending phrase, which is a question, and it's also related with the initial phrase, because if we use a first-person approach, we need to well, we need to match this in the final questions. So two main things are done here, because all the templates has slot fillers which are filled with the information that we extracted on the previous stages. And we also have speech tags, and these speech tags are basically used to detect verbs and to conjugate them. We're planning to do several other things like adjective replacement and things like that. So basically, the way we create natural language is following these 4 steps, which is we select one template for each of the groups, and then we fill the slots with the information that we extracted. We conjugate the verbs, and we mix these all pieces to generate our riddle. And we also evaluate them. How recently have we been used all these things, right? Because we don't want the riddles to be similar all the time. So I think this adds some variety to the system. And well, we reached the final module, which is the user interaction module. And here, what the bot initially does is to publish or to tweet the riddle and wait for the users to answer back. And to determine which of the user answers are correct or not, we make use of Wikipedia information. So basically what we do is to go to the Wikipedia page of the character, and there's available a list of aliases for that character. So we extract all of them, and in that case, we don't compare only the answers given by the users to the character name, we also compare them against all these aliases, and I think it's a lot better, it works a lot better. And once we determine if the answer is correct or not, we answer back to the user, and we store all this information. And it's not implemented yet, but we are particularly interested in storing these answers to have additional metrics about how the riddles work, because I think it's valuable information. So the idea is to find how interesting was the riddle, and I think we can make use of the amount of answers given by the users to see how relevant it was for the community, and also to determine the level of difficulty of the riddle. Because if we have a lot of wrong answers, maybe it's too difficult. Or maybe if we don't have any answer at all, maybe it's too difficult as well. So that's the idea, to gather all this information about the given answers from the users. And well, how it's working. As I said before, we are still gathering information from Twitter. We are basically gathering how much retweets each riddle has, how much has been marked as favorite, the number of answers given, and the bot has around 70 followers right now. Hopefully it will increase after this talk. So. We have around 500 generated riddles. Used to generate one riddle every 6 hours nowadays. And not a lot of right answers, about 14 answers given by 10 users. Unfortunately, I have given only like 2 correct answers. It's hard for me. And we wanted to ask people about these riddles to see how they was working, right? So the idea was to present 5 riddles in an internet survey, and to ask people to try to guess the character of the riddles. And we found that only almost 16% of the riddles were answered right, which is quite low. But we also, and after that, we presented the correct answer, and we asked them if they knew the character. And I think it was a little relieving to say that only half of the characters were known. So it's not like the riddles are really wrong, that nobody can guess them, but that the characters are not widely known. And I think main of the reason is that the characters, well, this knock list was built in UK, and a lot of the people that answered the questionnaire were from Mexico and from Belgium and from Italy as well, so maybe were not widely known characters. And the next thing that we do on the survey is to ask them if they consider that the description given in the riddle was enough, or was a good description of the character. And almost 42% of them say that the description was good, which I think we can use it as some sort of curation ratio. I think it's pretty good because we're not. We are not filtering by hand the riddles. We're just letting the bot to work by itself. And the main reason that they gave us when they considered that the description was not good was because they thought that was too vague and described a lot of people. So I think this gave us valuable information to know where we need to work on. And it's basically on the feature extraction generation process because we are using features that describe a lot of people. So the description is not unique. And I think we need to improve the evaluation process in that part. And, well, some final thoughts about the Riddler bot. It's a bot that generates riddles about famous people. The main features is that uses both as well-known structures as the well-known structured data as the Nautilus, probably, but also poorly structured data as Wikipedia or trending topics from Twitter. And one thing that we really like is the analogy generation. It's implemented as a Twitter game, which I think it's something interesting because I haven't seen a lot this type of things in Twitter. And the code is available at GitHub, so this is the address. So feel free to download it and to do things to it. And some examples. And I should be hearing something here, but maybe I'm not. Is your sound turned up? I had some background music. Maybe it's not working. Well, in the meantime, you can read the riddle and try to guess it. So.
It's not working without the speaker either, so that's fine. Can you put it in the speaker and sure, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, let me try.
Is that a thing you can request?
Actually, it's playing, but I cannot hear anything. But anyways, music was not as important as the rhythm. So. And there's another one. I think this shows the problem of the descriptions are too vague. But maybe you can guess the answers. And well, there are a lot more riddles at the Riddler web page, and I think it was quite fast, but no, it's fine. Okay, I'm done, so thanks.
Okay, questions?
I like the fact that you had things that you were checking at each stage. It's home in on your very last stage where you said, so the user interaction, no, one for that. When you choose the final riddle that you're going to tweet, and one of the evaluation metrics that you had was whether you'd used that riddle before. But are you saying, have you used that exact riddle, that string of text before, or are you checking some kind of text?
Not exactly the text, but the features and the analogies that I'm using. I mean, there are several things. Here, right, during the natural language generation process. Basically, what I want to avoid is to use the same templates every time. So, yeah, I'm trying to avoid to use that. Yeah, not exactly the information, but the structure.
Sure. So, intelligent tutoring systems often have this adaptive difficulty thing, where they'll ask some questions to see how a student is doing, and then make them harder if they're getting too many right, or easier if they're getting too many wrong. Have you thought about that kind of thing for this, where it has some notion of difficulty, and then adaptively adjusts it? I don't know what a good ratio is, but adapts to it.
Okay, we would love to do that. We have one main issue. We were working like 5 people on this, and no one has this as the main topic of his research. So, but yeah, definitely. That's one of the reasons we want to, in some sense, indirectly measure the difficulty level of these things, right? I mean, everybody starts guessing too fast, maybe we can increase the level, and we can start using some less common features and things like that. Maybe add more analogies and get rid of direct information. Yeah, for sure. That's going to be a good direction to go.
Do you explicitly measure the vagueness of the description in that you know for a fact this could possibly there are multiple possible answers for this? I mean, I guess maybe given the descriptions that they're pretty unique, but it just strikes me that there's a parallel in natural language generation. There's generating differing expressions where we have to come up with like the minimal phrase that uniquely identifies an object. So maybe there's something that you could look into there to sort of explicitly account for this effect.
Okay, thanks for that suggestion. Actually, what we tried is to evaluate in Google Ngrams how frequent does each of these phrases appear. And if it was not frequently appeared, it suggested of us that was quite unique in some sort of sense. So we wanted to use maybe only one unique phrase, and the rest of them give some additional context, probably. But I mean, we just did a couple of tests, and we still need to work more on that for sure. Yeah.
How do you make sure that the riddle is syntactically correct?
Okay, I would say by cheating, but we use this template. It's not, okay,
sorry.
They're no longer there, but we use templates basically, and these templates are made by hand, so that helps us a lot. Right? The only thing that we need is to conjugate the verb, basically. So that helps a lot. Yeah. I have no problem with that. So I think it's fine. Thanks.
I have a question.
Sure.
How could you use the components of this system to build a reverse tool that solves the riddle?
I don't think about that.
Could that interact with your tool and then?
Well, it's funny because there was a guy in the code camp that exactly did that. So our bot was tweeting riddles, and this other bot was answering our riddles.
Yeah.
But it had the same knowledge base, I remember.
That was the same knowledge
yeah.
base. Yeah. So it was quite unfair to our riddle because it was always guessing. So. But yeah, it's interesting to think about that. Right?
And then you could perhaps see from the other tool whether your riddle was too difficult or whatever.
Yeah, probably. Yeah. Actually makes sense that.
Any more questions? Thank you very much. So this closes our final presentation session.
Go for it. Okay, we are in the last moment of our conference. Everybody should be really sad. I understand, but I know some of you have to go very quickly, so I just want to talk a little bit about these 3 points. Can you? Okay. So I want to tell you a little bit about the association, about the venue for the next conference, and some final announcements. There are a lot of new faces. I'm not sure if everybody is aware of this. So I want to tell you a little bit of the association. The association is the entity that organized this very interesting conference, and I want to tell you a little bit how this entity emerged. So in 1999, in the AISD convention, it was organized about creativity. Geraint and other people start to organize these events. And a little bit later, in 2001, Amilcar started to organize also, in this case, the workshop on creativity systems. So we start to have 2 different workshops. And in 2003, they thought that it was going to be a good idea to join them. So the first international joint workshop on computational creativity was organized in 2004. And that's when the steering committee of the workshop started to work. So we have several events through these years, and in 2010 we have our first conference on computational creativity organized in Lisbon. And in that period, we started to talk about the necessity of creating an association. So, in 2011, in Mexico, in the conference organized in Mexico, Geraint Wiggins was elected as the first chair of the association. Recently, Geraint couldn't continue as a chair, so in September of 2014, I was elected as the interim chair of the association. And last Tuesday, my colleagues give me the honor to elect me as the chair for the next 4 years. Yeah? Thank you. Well, basically, my main goal is to consolidate the association and the conference and other projects that we will let you know soon. We also approved officially our constitution. And I just want to mention two things about the Constitution. First, this is the organization we have in the association. We have 3 committees, the steering committee, the advisory board, and the ICC organizing committee. The top authority of the association is the steering committee. We have formal officers, the chair, the secretary, that is Dan, the treasurer, that is Alison, the webmaster is Rob, and the publicity officer is Han. And I want to mention one of the articles, the first article of the Constitution, and it says that the Association for Computational Creativity consists of regular members, some of whom may also be members of the steering committee or members of the advisory board. Yeah? So who are these regular members? That's an important question. All of you. Because you are here, automatically have become a regular member of the association. If someone doesn't want to be in the association, tell me that. So all of you are currently the members, and those that were following through internet, don't worry. If you send me an email, if you are not here, or they were not here, but just send me an email, or if you know someone that could be interesting, just send an email and you will become a member. At the moment, we have many plans, but at the moment, to be a regular member, it's a way to become a member of the steering committee. There is a whole set of explanation about that in the Constitution that I will put in the webpage of the association, and also to be included in the ACC mailing list. But we would love to see more people involved in the organization of the association. That means we would love you to participate actively. There are many things we will need. No? For example, we organize subcommittees to do different things, and we need also always help to do different kind of stuff. So it would be great if you could help us. We are working currently in the visual identity of the association. You will know about that soon, hopefully. We have worked very hard on that, and we will have some news. Also, soon we will publish the call for organizing the ICCC15. It's going to be on our webpage as well, so please think about organizing it. All the requirements will be published there. If you have any doubts or comments, or you want to help us, please write to me. These are my emails. And, well, this about the association, because I'm worried that some of you have to go. If there are questions, maybe later we can talk about that. Yeah. So the second point in my list is the venue for the ICCC15. So we have a tradition that the local chair of the association gives this instrument to the new local chair. Yeah? This is an instrument inspired in pre-Hispanic Mexican musicians that used to do this. Yeah? We bought it in Mexico to pay the attention of the speakers. You know? Sometimes I feel people are afraid to make it. Very excellent. So then if you have to give this as a local chair. The next venue is going to be in Paris. Yeah? We are going to have the conference in Paris. Milcar is going to be the general chair, and he's representing the local chair of Paris. Okay.
Here it is.
So, do you want to say something?
I'm going to do this at the very end. I'll do it at the very end. At the very end.
Okay, then. So you want to say something?
Yes, I would like to show you the first date about the conference. It will be in Paris, June 28th to July 1st. This is the main conference. It will be in these dates. We are planning other activities. We will not tell you which at this moment because there are still things to... And it is a way of keeping the interest. We will announce later. But it is possible that we have workshops. It is possible that we have a Prosecco activity for students. Many things are possible. It is also possible that we have an opera. We don't know. But François Pachet will be the program chair. He works on Sony CSR in Paris, and he could not attend this year's conference, but he will be leading the scientific program. And as local chair, François Pachet himself, and also Vincent Corrue, who works on Leipzig and University Pierre et Marie Curie in France, where we will have the event. Particularly, more precisely in the Cordelier campus in Paris, which stays in the 6th, I don't know the English name of it, the 6e arrondissement.
There's an English word, I don't know.
Okay. It's quite in the center of Paris, so it's an excellent place. I'll be the general chair, and for publicity chair we have Fiamet Gabini, who works with François Pachet in Sony, France. So these are the basic data about the conference. Please follow what's happening. We'll bug you with emails and things like that. So, that's it.
And just before giving the word to Dan, I would like again to thank Dan, Hanu, Simon, Michael. I think they made just an amazing job.
All right, I know you guys are sick of everything by now, especially seeing me up here again, but I get to take your indulgence one more time because you've been very gracious about how much you've enjoyed this, and I hope that's true, but there are a lot of people that I would like to recognize for just a second to say why this went, if it went well, why it went well. Well, before I get to that, a couple of logistic things. The abstract, the short talks had abstracts that were not linked from the program webpage, but they are linked now. So you can go get them. Thanks to Hanu for making sure that happened. Also, there are 2 pictures I really, really, really want to include on the webpage, and if we don't do it soon, I know it will never happen. So I need to get a picture from Christian from the hike, and I need a picture from Henri from the reception where we took a picture of the winners. I really want those 2 pictures, so please send them. I will harass you. I need the pictures. Okay, let's do the thank yous now, and we'll be quick about this so that we can go. I really, it's a great honor to be able to give the credit to the people that deserve the credit, but I also really hate to do thank yous because I'm terrified that I will forget somebody, so this was my first slide. It's pretty safe and clear. But still, it's not very satisfying, and so risking messing something up really badly, here we go. First of all, the workshop, I didn't get to attend the workshop, but I heard all kinds of great stuff about how great it was. And the authors and participants, they had a great turnout. They had some really great talks. And this was the first time we had a workshop associated with the conference, and I think it was nothing but a rousing success. And we hope to be able to do it again. It was a really, really great thing. And of course, the credit, a lot of the credit for that goes to Michael and Changyu, who did all the organization of work. And neither one of them are here, but let's clap anyways. Okay, so for the main conference, there's lots of people to thank, of course, and I'm more aware of who they all are because I was more involved with that. First of all, Hannu already did this the first day, but the authors, the presenters, the people that put all of the interesting stuff into the conference. Without them, we don't have a conference. And there was a lot of great stuff. So thanks. That's everybody. Let's also, a special thank you to Emily, who came here and gave a fantastic keynote, and we were just so excited to have her. We hope that she will feel like it was a good trip, and that she will want to stay connected with our community. So thank you very much, Emily. The reviewers, that's a hard job. It's kind of a thankless job, and they were great. I've noticed I've been involved in various ways as a reviewer or program chair or whatever for all the conferences so far, and the quality of the reviewing is going up every year, which is great. And early on, we sometimes got reviews that were this long and said nothing, and those are not useful reviews. And now we get reviews that are this long and have all kinds of good mentoring advice and constructive criticism, and those are the reviews that we want. And so thank you very much for people that took the time and effort and pain to do that. Clap. A lot of you aren't here either, but still, I mean, that's a thankless job that has to happen. And I've already thanked Michael, but Michael did a lot for the conference too. He was very busy and kind of frazzled because Michael gets frazzled anyways, but he had a lot of things to get frazzled about here. And doing the streaming, and he was the publicity chair for the conference as well. He's a fabulous guy and really great to work with, and like always, he brought so much. So let's thank Michael. He's probably not watching. I think the stream's down to maybe one person who's asleep somewhere. But, and then Hannu might not like this, but I want to say something about Hannu. Well, three somethings actually. Hannu was the program chair, and so the real reason we get together is for the technical content, and Hannu put together a fabulous program. You all know that. We've had a series of good program chairs, and Hannu took it up another level again. The rigor that he did, the timeliness that he did things by, and the tweaks to how we did the review process were all improvements, and they all made the program, I think, the best one that we've ever had. On top of that, he had all kinds of good advice for non-program things, just general advice and wisdom that he was saved the day on so many occasions. And on top of that, he's just a really great guy to work with. I really enjoyed working with him. So thank you, Hannu. Okay, now specific to the local things, there's a lot of people at BYU. Only one on this list is here, but these people did so many things to help me. You don't know who they are. They won't know that we clapped for them. But the proceedings, the printing, the name tags, the logos, the travel organization and arrangements, all the stuff that just has to get done, they were awesome at it. And they were, I just want to tell them thank you, even though they'll never know. I've told them thank you, and I will tell them thank you again. And they're on the website, so they know. But I also want to make a specific call out here. Martin is the one BYU person on this list that is here. He's one of my students. He's a master's student. He gave the opening talk for the conference. But what I really want to thank him for is he did all the work on the proceedings. After Hannu had decided who's in and gotten the final versions, he put it all together into all the PDF files that we have. And he did it very quickly and very excellently. And man, it was kind of scary because for the first year we didn't do the thumb drive, so it had to be available in advance. And he just really went for it. And I'm very grateful. He did a great job. They're not here either, but boy, I thought these people here were great hosts. And they're not going to know that we thought for them, but I didn't know what to expect. I had my hopes up, and they fulfilled them and over-fulfilled them. So those are the names of the people I know. There's probably others that I don't know, but they were great. So let's clap for them. And finally, this is my last bullet point, finally at last. I'm just thankful for everybody for coming here. The long travel for some of you, it was ridiculously long, I know. Participating, thinking. I was very happy with how social everybody was and how much fun we had. I met a lot of great new people, I got a lot of great new ideas, and I had a lot of fun. So thank you very much. I'm done. I hope everybody has a safe trip.
I will keep this with my life.
That's very, very important.
It's very important. We cannot lose this. See you in Paris.
I think we should once more give a big hand to Dan who really made this successful.